morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 7th Annual Seoul Climate Energy Conference 2020. I am Corinne Valache, the MC for today's conference and a student of the Green Business and Policy Program. It is a great pleasure and honor for me to be here today at this special conference co-organized by the KAIST Graduate School of Green Growth and Coalition for Our Common Future. This year's theme is Green Finance and Business Creation in the Climate Crisis Era. We have invited experts and leaders from all over the world in the fields of climate and energy. Today there will be 5 plenaries on the themes of climate crisis and global leadership, Green New Deal and green finance, sustainable development and green business creation, student research presentation, and voice from the young. This year, the conference will be held online and will be live streamed through KAIST's official YouTube channel. I again want to thank you for participating in today's conference and hope this will be a meaningful experience for all of you. We will now begin the opening ceremony of the 7th Annual Seoul Climate Energy Conference 2020. To celebrate the opening of conference, Cho Myung-rae, Minister of the Environment for the Republic of Korea, has sent us some celebratory remarks. Let's watch the message.
안녕하십니까. 환경부 장관 조명래입니다. KAIST 녹색성장대학원과
Name is
사단법인
Myung-rae Jo and the Minister of Environment of the Republic of Korea. Today, the KAIST Graduate School of Green Growth and the Coalition for Our Common Future are hosting the 7th Seoul Climate Energy Conference under the theme Green Finance and Business Creation in the Climate Crisis Era, which I believe is extremely meaningful, and I am pleased to be a part of this important event. I would like to extend my gratitude to the President, Sung Chul-shin of KAIST, for organizing today's event, as well as the Executive Director, Yannick Glamark of the Green Climate Fund, and all of the presenters and participants of today's event. The monsoon season this year was exceptionally long, and the damages of the typhoons were unusually large. Not just Korea, but all over the world, record-breaking heat, drought, rain, and wildfire hurt the environment. To counter the climate crisis, the global community has started to head toward a carbon-neutral society, and with it, changes in economic order has accelerated. The EU and the US are reviewing the introduction of the carbon border tax to strengthen regulation on carbon-intensive industries. Global corporates and finance companies are leading the way to increase partnerships with eco-friendly suppliers and investment projects. Amid such change in economic order, the ability to reduce greenhouse gases will determine the competitiveness and value of governments and businesses all over the world. To create a carbon-neutral economy, corporates as well as governments need to actively participate. This is crucial. The first step a company takes into the market is starting a business, and the most powerful corporate driver is finance. When entrepreneurs' innovative ideas on solving climate and environmental problems are actively promoted, when corporates pioneering climate and environmental issues attract investment, then the shift to a green economy will be possible. The Ministry of Environment, as part of the Green New Deal, is discovering promising business ideas and supporting them to successfully make way into the market. Moreover, the ministry is cooperating with the Financial Services Commission and related government agencies to institutionalize green finance so that finance can fully support the efforts of corporates to address environmental issues. In addition, we will establish the green classification system and the standard evaluation framework for responsible green investment in order to lay the foundation to invigorate green finance. The Ministry of Environment will continue to make effort to successfully deliver the Green New Deal and the 2050 carbon neutrality objective by cooperating with corporates and financial institutions and expand the financial and institutional support. I hope that today's conference will promote green finance and green startups while also contributing to the shift towards a greener economy and society. I wish you all the best in your endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Cho. Next, I would like to welcome Shin Sang-chul, President of KAIST.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the 7th Seoul Climate Energy Conference, live streaming from Seoul. I'm Sang-chul Shin, President of KAIST. Thank you to all our speakers at home and abroad, and all the participants watching online. I would especially like to extend my appreciation to the Minister of Environment, Myung-rae Jo, and Green Fund Executive Secretary, Yannick Klemarek, for your remarks. Thank you to the keynote speakers, Professor David Victor from the UCSD, Professor Ma Jun from Tsinghua University, Senior Advisor at the Bank of England, Michael Seren, and Director of Asia Society Policy Institute, Alistair Lidke, for your participation. I also like to recognize our distinguished speakers from the government. Thank you to Deputy Minister of Environment, Seok-tae Hwang, Director General for Energy Innovation Policy at the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy, Jong-il Kim, Director General Dong-gyu Lee at the National Council on Climate and Air Quality of Korea, and former First Senior Deputy Governor of the Financial Supervisory Service, Kwang-yeol Yu. I would also like to congratulate and thank the President of the Jeju Research Institute, Sang-yeop Kim, head at the KAIST Graduate School of Green Growth, Ji-yong and the Chairman of the Coalition for Our Common Future, Hoon Gu-yeol, for organizing this conference. Thank you to the head of the KAIST Graduate School of Finance, Kang-woo Park, and Director of the Global Strategy Institute at KAIST, Jong-ho Kim, for your efforts to help this forum open. Distinguished participants, for the past 6 conferences, distinguished speakers all around the world have engaged in heated face-to-face discussion on climate change. It has become our tradition. Actually, nobody would ever imagine that we would have to adapt to the new norm of a non-contact format this year. The pandemic threat should be nothing new, given the fact that we failed to care for our ecosystem properly for decades. I think this is a wake-up call. Pope Francis has said the coronavirus pandemic is one of the nature's responses to humans ignoring the current ecological crisis. Scientists also say that climate change has already made conditions more favorable to the spread of some infectious diseases. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres also stressed that we need to make a clean and green transition for a full recovery from the pandemic. In that sense, the theme of today's conference, Green Finance and Business Creation in the Climate Crisis Era, resonates the common response we should pursue against the climate change and the pandemic. The Korean government has also declared its intention to go carbon neutral by 2050, bringing it in line with other major economies. This is another important step forward. However, we will struggle to achieve the net zero emissions without fundamental changes in energy policy, public awareness, and engagement in practice. When civilians actively engage by working for innovative green finance, startup, and entrepreneurship without relying on government's budget, it will help us reach net zero. Recently, the Ministry of Environment selected the KAIST Graduate School of Green Growth as one of the educational institutions focused on sustainability and green finance. I think this selection is the general public's call for us to play a key role in advancing net zero. I would like to take this opportunity to offer my appreciation to the government for supporting us. In addition, KAIST also launched its New Deal initiative in May with funding from Korean government to cope with the coronavirus. KAIST will concentrate on antivirus technologies, infectious disease-related big data management, and non-contact service platforms. Albert Einstein once said, "We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we create them." I could not agree more. We need to solve our new challenges with outside-the-box, science-based thinking. This is a time we should turn to new opportunities that can lead to innovation explosions. This is KAIST's mission in the years ahead. Distinguished guests, global problems need global solutions. Individual countries and institutions cannot solve these unprecedented global challenges by themselves. In order to help us address global issues, I established the Global Strategy Institute, namely GSI, last year. The GSI's 4 sub-centers on mid and long-term vision building, science and technology, the first industrial revolution, and sustainability are making every effort to address global challenges through multidisciplinary approaches and global collaborations. Last but not least, we should double down on our efforts to hand over a sustainable future to the next generations. When we continue to kill for the global irresponsibly, we might pass over an inhabitable Earth to them. In that context, I'm very delighted to host a Voice from Young session for graduate school students. We should listen carefully to what they have to say and work to empower them. US President-elect Joe Biden said his administration will rejoin the Paris Climate Accord very soon and will actively pursue global collaboration for sustainable growth, which is very good news to us. I look forward to this conference serving as an opportunity to collect and disseminate our wisdom for the prosperity and sustainability of the entire planet. Well, KAIST will celebrate its 50th anniversary next February. We'll do our utmost to make a new leap forward to becoming a university that will benefit all of humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Shin, for your kind words emphasizing innovation and the need for thinking outside the box. Next, we have invited a renowned speaker for the opening speech. I am pleased to welcome Yannick Glemarek, Executive Director of the Green Climate Fund.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on your geographic location. It's a privilege to join this distinguished assembly of speakers to make some introductory remarks at the 7th Seoul Climate Energy Conference 2020. And I would like to thank Dr. Kim Song-yuk as the co-chair of this conference for his kind invitation. We are running out of time. Average global temperature is currently estimated to be 1.1 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial times. Based on existing trends, the world could cross the 1.5 degrees Celsius threshold within the next 2 decades, and 2 degrees Celsius threshold early during the second half of the century. The drop in carbon emission from coronavirus lockdowns in 2020 is expected to have a negligible effect on average global temperature. However, strong green economic recovery measures from the COVID-19 pandemic that invest in low carbon technologies, practices and infrastructures and do not bail out carbon intensive industries could cut warming by 0.3 degrees Celsius and put us back on track to avert catastrophic climate change. We must not repeat the errors of the past. In many countries, austerity measures implemented in response to the 2008 debt crisis have significantly constrained the ability of governments to spend on infrastructure development and maintenance, as well as on technologies and skill development. A business as usual scenario could create an infrastructure gap of $1 to $4 trillion per year by 2030, severely impairing our capacity to meet the Paris Agreement's goals, as the financing requirement for green climate resilient investment will not be met. We need nothing short of a global financial transition to put us on track. We must green existing investment and also secure the new investment required to deliver green growth. Securing additional investment will be particularly critical for developing countries. They do not have the fiscal and monetary space of G20 economies to finance large economic stimulus measures. COVID-19 is increasing the need for green investment to revive economies on low-emission climate-resilient development pathways. But it is reducing the public resources available to developing countries. Catalyzing private investment to foster a low-emission climate-resilient recovery is vital to supplement public resources. But there is an array of financing and entrepreneurial barriers to private green investment. On the financing side, that is because market risk is misaligned with climate reality. Markets need information to price climate physical transition and legal risk. Those risks must be balanced against the higher upfront capital requirement, longer payback period, and greater technological novelty of green investment. Furthermore, financiers need financial products to invest that meet their fiduciary requirement and internal investment appraisal skills. And they also need a robust flow of bankable projects that create the investment opportunities. On the entrepreneurial side, project developers face a range of policy, institutional, and technical barriers to convert investment opportunities into bankable projects. Even the best wind resources in the world will not make wind energy competitive if fossil fuels are heavily subsidized, or if it takes 3 years to get an operating license, or if they do not have access to the green technologies and skills they need. The Green Climate Fund is the world's largest dedicated fund supporting climate actions in developing countries. We are working with our partners to remove financing and entrepreneurial barriers to green resilient investment in order to accelerate the transition to low-emission climate resilient development pathways in developing countries. To do so, we have adopted a 4-pillared approach. First, we support developing countries to create integrated climate and sustainable development strategies. This fosters the establishment of a conducive policy environment for green resilient investment. Second, we encourage and pilot innovations. We support innovations in policy, institution, business, finance, and technology. Third, we scale up successful climate investment. We do this through tools like blended finance, as well as through dedicated climate financing facilities and institutions. Fourth, we create and share knowledge. Sharing knowledge and lessons learned promote the incorporation of climate risk into every single financial decision. In this way, finance can be aligned with sustainable development. GCF is supporting a portfolio of about $24 billion with a co-financing from GCF of $7 billion. GCF co-financing usually takes the form of grant for policy or project development and concessional first loss non-grant instruments to de-risk first of its kind private investment. I hope that the Green Finance and Business Creation Conference will encourage new initiatives and partnerships and help drive the public and private financial transition to a sustainable and resilient future for us. Merci for your attention. Kamsahamnida.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Executive Director Yannick Glemarek. And with this, we end the opening ceremony of the 7th Annual Seoul Climate Energy Conference 2020. Thank you again for your full participation. Ladies and gentlemen, let us start the first session on the theme of climate crisis and global leadership. I would like to introduce to you the moderator of this session, the co-chair of the Seoul Climate Energy Conference, Kim Sang-hyuk. He is currently the president of the Jeju Research Institute and a visiting professor at the KAIST Graduate School of Green Growth. He is also the founder of Coalition for Our Common Future.
Okay, oh wow. Good morning, everyone, and good afternoon, good evening, someone around the world. Well, welcome to the Seoul Climate Energy Conference. This is the 7th annual conference since 2014, and I am really thrilled more than ever before because at last, U.S. is coming to the stage of climate actions with the leadership of the President-elect, Mr. Joe Biden. U.S. is going to re-engage with the Paris Agreement and will announce its own carbon-neutral net zero plan by the year 2050. And U.S. is going to invest hugely on clean technology, clean energy, and clean infrastructure. And to demonstrate the political will of the President-elect Joe Biden, he appointed Mr. John Kerry, the former Secretary of the State, as a special envoy for climate change. And Mr. John Kerry is expected to join the National Security Council, which means a lot. The U.S. is going to regard the climate issue, not just environmental issues, but also national security issues and also global industrial issues. Well, having said that, that's why we set up the first session is going to deal with climate crisis and global leadership. I don't think I need to talk about the climate crisis, but the more we know about the pandemic which we are suffering, there's close interconnections between the pandemic and climate change. To solve this kind of global problems, we of course need global cooperation, global governance, and global leadership. For that, we have wonderful speakers. We have 5 keynote speakers from David Victor, the professor of San Diego, and we have Mr. Kim Jung-il, the Director General of Energy Innovation, representing Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Energy, Korea. We have Mr. Alistair Rich, who is the Director of Asia Pacific Sustainability at the Asia Society Policy Institute. And for our discussion, we have Mr. Lee Dong-gyu, the Director General of International Cooperation and Science and Technology Bureau at the National Council on Climate Change and Environment. And we have Professor Shim Sang-min of the Korea National Diplomatic Academy. So let's go to Professor David Victor, who is a man behind the scene. He is the professor of San Diego, and he's also a co-director at the Laboratory on International Law and Regulation and co-director at the UC San Diego Deep Decarbonization Initiative. And he is a senior fellow at the Brookings Institute and also the Council of Foreign Relations. Okay, he is going to deliver a keynote speech with the title of Global Climate Policy Leadership after Paris and the incoming Biden administration. And the screen is yours, David.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, my friend Sang-hyuk. for the invitation, and it's really terrific to be back here again to the Seoul Climate Energy Conference. So I want to talk today about where we are with regard to climate change policy and leadership, and what we should think about the role of the incoming Biden administration. The Paris conference is just approaching its 5th birthday, and so like all 5-year-olds, it's showing a lot of promise, and it also there's a lot of development that's still needed. And I think there's a tremendous amount of enthusiasm right now given the change in the U.S. Leadership, and I share that enthusiasm. But I think we need to be realistic about the enormity of the task in front of us. And when we grapple with that, the enormity of that task, we also, I think we'll have clearer thinking about what the right strategy is for us globally, including the right strategy to expect from the incoming U.S. administration. The task is really big in front of us. There have been a lot of very important announcements, including from Korea with the net zero announcement most recently. But when you take a step back and look at the numbers, the gap that lies between where we are right now and where we need to be is huge. This is a slide from the most recent International Energy Agency World Energy Outlook, came out in October, just about the time, just prior to the Korean announcement of its net zero pledge. It shows along the top here emissions of carbon dioxide from industrial sources over time out into the future under current policies, and then looks at what happens if you have implementation of existing policies, implementation of the China net zero target. You have further implementation of the Korean net zero target that comes down a little bit beyond that. But there's still a very large gap between what's going on right now and what is needed. And as previous speakers have said, the atmosphere as of yet doesn't actually know that we are talking a lot about climate change issues. It doesn't even know that we are in the middle of a huge global economic recession where emissions this year will be down by about 8% compared with previous years. Here are data just from a couple days ago from a monitoring station, the longest continuing monitoring station that's run by some of my colleagues here at La Jolla, California. The monitoring station happens to be on top of a volcano in Hawaii, and it measures the atmosphere and has this famous sawtooth pattern as concentrations go up. The atmosphere has not noticed that we've been going to conferences. It did not notice that we have gone to Paris. It has not noticed the pandemic this year. And so we really, the inertia in the climate system continues to move in the direction of more buildup of carbon dioxide and more climate change. So that part of the diagnosis, I think, is now widely known. I think we need to be a lot more careful now as to how we are going to make progress. Why is it that we haven't, frankly, made more progress so far? And I think the reason fundamentally is technological. It's the technological frontier. So long as we are not pushing the technological frontier as far as we can, then all the politics of climate change become much, much harder to manage. The problem is more expensive to address. Interest groups, especially anchored in incumbent industries that have high emissions, are very well organized. They're going to block progress. So let me show you one slide that gives you a sense of where we are in terms of pushing the technological frontier, because once we understand that diagnosis, then I think some of the strategies that we should be following come into better focus. This is from a study that was released almost a year ago at the last COP. It seems like decades ago, given everything that's happened in the global economy over the last year, but this was released at the Madrid Conference of Parties from a team of us that includes a historian of technology, myself, a political scientist, Simon Sharp from the British government. And one of the things we did there is we looked at the characteristic patterns by which new technologies come into service. New technologies begin taking over market share, and they have a very small market share in niche markets, and they get better in those markets, and they improve through learning. We have early technologies, and they gradually gain market share. And then they take off more widely into more widespread diffusion. And then finally, they reconfigure their world such that the new technologies, superior technologies, take over, extinguish the old technologies, and then rewrite the rules to make sure the old technologies don't come back. What we need in the case of climate change is, in effect, a series of technological revolutions by which fledgling technologies in niche markets today in a whole bunch of different sectors of the economy emerge, improve, diffuse into more widespread service, and then reconfigure the world into a world that is very low carbon technological attributes indeed. One of the things we did in this study is we looked at the 10 major sectors of existing large emitting technologies and asked, where are they on the S-shaped curve? And the power sector is doing pretty well. Light duty vehicles are starting to become more widely available, at least in a few countries, low emission, essentially zero emission vehicles, which I think today's technology suggests it's going to be electricity. Buildings maybe a little bit back from that. But what's to me is very interesting is that almost all of the technologies are still very far from the technological frontier. We have to change this picture if we're going to make the politics of climate change easier to manage, and if we're going to make it easier for governments to take their pledges of net zero and turn them into reality. Because frankly, it's pretty easy to pledge net zero. It's pretty hard to turn those pledges into actual reality. That requires a lot of things, but it hinges upon a necessary condition is pushing the technological frontier. So what do we know about the kinds of international cooperation strategies that can push that technological frontier? And I think we know roughly three things. The first thing we know is that you need to break big problems down into smaller ones. It's frankly not helpful to spend a lot of time talking about general goals for emissions reduction. We have to work sector by sector. What we need in the steel sector is going to be different from what we need in plastics. What we need in energy carriers for electricity is going to be different from what we need in the potential new energy carrier or competitive energy carrier of hydrogen. What we need for light duty vehicles is going to be very different from what we need in aircraft. And we can't engage in problem solving until we take the big problem and break it down into smaller ones. The second thing we know is that it's going to be easier to do that in small groups of countries and firms. The president of KAIST quoted Albert Einstein. Let me paraphrase Albert Einstein's famous comment about theories, which is we need to work in the smallest group possible, but no smaller. We need to identify the countries, the governments, and the firms that are willing to be pioneers in these small groups to push the technological frontier in steel and push the technological frontier in light-duty vehicles, push the technological frontier in hydrogen, and on and on and on. And the last thing we need to grapple with is the reality that we don't know what to do. The more profound the technological changes, the harder it is to make a plan. What we need to be doing is running a whole series of experiments and figuring out what works and what doesn't work. So I think that's, in essence, what comes from the study of successful international cooperation in dealing with these kinds of problems, where the problem fundamentally requires a reconfiguration of the technological frontier. To me, one of the things that's interesting is if you go out to the international system and you ask yourself, what are the institutions that can help us, the organizations that can help us? They come in roughly two flavors. They come in institutions that are very big. This chart shows from the same study we released in Madrid, the membership of international institutions on the horizontal axis, and the vertical axis shows us the extent to which the institution actually does very much for cooperation, for deep cooperation. We have a lot of institutions that are really big that don't do very much, frankly, in terms of deep cooperation. And we have some institutions that are small membership that actually do a huge amount. And so that, I think, is crucial as we think about the future. And it's crucial as we think about how we engage with the new Biden administration. This is a picture taken a couple of days ago of the new foreign policy team. I'm thrilled that the team is going to be rejoining the Paris Agreement. And I think lots of governments around the world, including the Korean government, are looking for how do we cooperate with the new Biden administration. I think the key to success here is to recognize that foreign policy in the US is relatively easy because it's entirely in the control, almost entirely in the control of the executive president. Much harder to develop new pieces of legislation. And so my answer to the question of what to expect from the Biden administration and how to help them do things that are more productive is to look along this curve here and to identify the sectors where there's a value added from the US cooperating with Korea, cooperating with China, and so on. And I think there's actually a huge amount on the power sector and light duty vehicles and hydrogen and a few other areas. There's a lot that the US can offer. And the only other thing I'd say about that is don't just look at Washington, DC, but also look at the states, because a huge amount is happening in the states. For example, in California, where I live, you have a natural partner to push the technological frontier, for example, with regard to light duty vehicles and the phase out of old internal combustion engines. And the last thing I'll say as I close is I believe this problem is fundamentally a problem of pushing the technological frontier and making cooperation easier by lowering the cost of new technologies. But we must not forget that this leadership problem is also a followership problem. In 1990, about 1/3 of global emissions came from countries like Korea, parts of the United States, most of Europe. countries that would be reliable leaders on the climate change problem, shown here in the green wedge for 1990. In the year 2005, that had shrunk to about 2/5, and today that's now about 1/4 or less and shrinking. And that's the core irony of the climate change problem, which is that the more you do as a leader, sadly, the less relevant you become to the problem. And so we've got to push the technological frontier. That's essential. And then we have to remember that we have to create incentives and mechanisms by which the leaders generate followers in the rest of the world. And that, I think, is going to be the test for COP26. COP26 will come, COP26 will go. The big news will be the re-engagement of the United States, and we need to re-engage the United States in a way that helps push that technological frontier and then helps bring along the rest of the global economy such that the entire world's energy system decarbonizes as rapidly as possible. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I myself have a higher hope for next year's COP26 with the participation of the U.S. Well, before we invite Mr. Kim Jong-il and have interactive discussion, I'd like to ask a brief question to David Victor, just for a minute. Hello, David.
Yes,
yeah,
hello.
Please tell us what does it mean for Mr. John Kerry to join the White House as a special envoy and National Security Council? What does it mean? I know you are a good friend of Mr. John Kerry and many climate leaders, including Mr. Jerry Brown, the former governor of California. I know you know what it means, but please tell us.
Well, I think it's tremendously good news because John Kerry has a huge amount of experience as Secretary of State, our foreign minister, in working with other countries and putting climate change at the top of the agenda. And I'm very confident that given his new role, which will focus entirely on climate change and the foreign policy dimensions, that he's going to be out there putting those deals together. But he's going to need help from Korea, which is a leader in this topic, from China, who's emerged as a leader. He's going to need help identifying things that we can actually do together that push the frontier as opposed to just getting together and talking.
Okay, great. We will be talking about that, how to deepen our cooperation with the U.S., China, Korea, etc. We will be talking about that. Now I'm going to invite Mr. Kim Jong-il for the speech. The title is The Green New Deal and the New Energy Innovation and How to Cooperate with the U.S. Please, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. Good morning and good evening to those in the United States. As introduced, my name is Jong-il Kim and I'm the Director General for Energy Innovation Policy at the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy of the Republic of Korea. I'd like to begin by extending my sincere gratitude to President Sang-hyuk Kim of the Jeju Research Institute for this wonderful opportunity to address you today. As you are all experiencing at firsthand, the world is currently facing tremendous uncertainties caused by COVID-19. And depending on how long the pandemic will last, it could bring more challenges to not only our economy and society, but also climate changes and the overall energy sector. It is, therefore, both timely and meaningful to hold today's conference under the theme of green finance and business creation in the climate crisis era. Living in an increasingly interconnected world, we have all witnessed how quickly the virus has spread to every corner of the globe, resulting in a severe public health and economic crisis. And this has brought about a series of dire consequences, such as sluggish demand and supply disruptions in the economy, as well as trade and movement restrictions. Against this backdrop, the Korean government has swiftly yet preemptively responded to this unprecedented crisis with the conviction that no quarantine measures will mean no economic recovery. With this principle in mind, Korea has implemented strict quarantine measures by fully utilizing its rapid diagnostic tools, transparent disclosure of relevant information, and ICT-based epidemic surveillance. And thanks to such measures, Korea has seen significant progress. We are now gradually normalizing our economy and returning to everyday life without having once imposed a complete lockdown. As such, our rapid and effective policy measures, buttressed by our strong manufacturing industry, have played a key role in overcoming this global crisis. The data speaks for itself. According to the IMF, Korea is expected to achieve the greatest economic growth this year among all OECD member countries, and our electricity consumption in September increased by 3.4% year-on-year. Each time I reflect upon the many pending yet pressing issues, such as COVID-19 or climate change, I wonder what might have happened if humanity had turned our attention towards climate change and the environment at a much earlier stage. In fact, the word green has long been at the epicenter of global climate change solutions and has recently been in limelight with the global trend towards a green recovery. And I have no doubt that this green movement will only grow stronger as the COVID-19 pandemic shows no signs of abating. Indeed, many prestigious institutions such as Oxford University, IEA, and Bloomberg are all highlighting the importance of a comprehensive recovery package, combining economic stimulus and a climate change response. Already, Germany, France, and many other countries have announced ambitious recovery packages focused on future mobility, energy transition, and job creation. Korea's Green New Deal announced in last July is also in line with this global trend. It is a national economic recovery plan that will enable Korea to take the initiative in the global economy by spearheading growth and transforming its economic and social structures. And like many others, I believe that energy is the key pillar of the Korean Green New Deal. Given Korea's energy-intensive structure, a clean energy transition will deliver tremendous ripple effects across the entire nation. Specifically, Korea will accelerate our energy transition and invest more in energy infrastructure by allocating $60 billion over the next 5 years into the eco-friendly and low-carbon sector. This will contribute to establishing a sustainable and safer energy mix, smart and resilient energy distribution system, and more efficient energy consumption patterns, ultimately enabling Korea to move towards carbon neutrality. As you may be aware, Korea differs from many other advanced economies as we experienced a relatively shorter period of industrialization and a surge in greenhouse gas emissions up until very recently. However, as the Korean economy has now joined the ranks of advanced countries in terms of GDP and trade volume, the international community has higher expectations for Korea's early transition towards a green economy than ever. And with the EU and US President-elect Joe Biden reviewing the introduction of a carbon border tax, Korea likewise must fulfill our duty as a responsible member of the international community and accelerate our efforts towards ushering in a green future. In this sense, I have no doubt that the Korean Green New Deal is a must for the sustainability of the Korean economy, as well as the global competitiveness of domestic businesses. Along with green recovery, carbon neutrality has recently entered into the lexicon of the global community. During his presidential campaign, Mr. Biden promised to achieve carbon neutrality in the power sector by 2035 and all sectors by 2050. The EU also declared its commitment to this very same goal at the end of last year, closely followed by China and Japan. Korea has also set its sights on carbon neutrality, and to this end, we believe that reducing fossil fuel-based power, wider deployment of CCUS, greater roles for renewables and green hydrogen, and better energy efficiency on the demand side, such as vehicles and buildings, will play a pivotal role. I expect that the US, China, and Japan are no exceptions. However, achieving carbon neutrality is easier said than done. With existing technologies, this remains extremely challenging and difficult, and no one country is able to achieve this goal alone. We all have different technology strength and policy experiences. This is where international cooperation comes in. We must share our best practices and technologies and combine our efforts to let a new era of carbon neutrality come as early as possible. In particular, Korea and the US have long maintained a close partnership and achieved many together. Such important successes has laid a solid foundation for technological collaboration between the two countries. For instance, Apple and Korean manufacturers in parts and materials. Our achievements should not stop here. This time around, I hope that Korea and the US will once again make another history in the Green Revolution. Both the Korean and the incoming US administration value the important role of renewables, hydrogen, and CCUS, and I very much look forward to close bilateral collaboration in these sectors. As Korea, along with our neighbors, is highly dependent upon fossil fuels with a small share of renewables and a manufacturing-driven economy, we face greater challenges on our journey towards carbon neutrality when compared to the US and the European Union. With these similarities in mind, if Korea, China, and Japan can engage in close cooperation and share best examples and policies, we can make further headway on the path towards green future. In this sense, I hope the same spirit of cooperation that we demonstrated in the recently signed RCEP will also shine through in our shared goal of carbon neutrality. On a final note, I would like to remind you of the saying, a blessing in disguise. We can always find a way out and turn every crisis into an opportunity. Back in 1997, during the Asian financial crisis, and then again in 2008 during the global financial crisis, Korea identified a breakthrough solution and achieved economic growth. This does not only apply to the economic sector. The world is facing unprecedented challenges caused by COVID-19 and climate change. However, if we continue to work side by side and pool our wisdom, we will surely find the blessing in disguise and pass on this blessed planet to the next generation. Warren Buffett once said, "You only find out who is swimming naked when the tide goes out." Over the past three centuries of industrialization, it never occurred to us that the tide would one day go out, as we were too busy swimming in an ocean filled to the brim with fossil fuels. However, the tide has slowly begun to go out and has left us stranded with COVID-19 and frequent abnormal weather events. When the time comes and the tide goes out, we will see who was swimming naked or not. And I have no doubt that Korea, the US, and other neighboring countries will be found wearing the finest and best swimsuit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Kim. I hope we are not naked at all and wearing a proper swimming suit. As you are the key Director General for energy as a whole, so Professor David Victor identified several sectors for us to have a deeper cooperation with the US. Well, among many others, well, low carbon vehicles and hydrogen and power sector, etc. If you had to single out one important area for the US and Korea to have deeper collaboration, what would that be? It could be many, but yeah.
There should be many, and as I briefly mentioned in my speech, Korea and the US have maintained and developed a very strong partnership in various technological fields, such as ICT technologies and manufacturing technologies. And recently, we have initiated our bilateral cooperation in such as green technologies, including the future vehicles and renewable technologies. So all of these areas could be the promising areas for bilateral cooperation. And fortunately, the Korean government and the incoming Biden administration have many values to share in the green future and to tackling down the challenges of the climate changes.
Okay.
So with this, Green New Deals that had just announced in Korea last July, I am very confident that Korea and the United States will be committed to and will be finding the ways to identify and develop the bilateral cooperation in the future.
Thank you very much. Now, I'd like to invite Mr. Alistair Rich, the director of the Asia Society Policy Institute. Mr. Rich has done a great job, especially he held a very meaningful dialogue on carbon market cooperation in using emission trading schemes. Many countries are now using emission trading scheme. China, first time, and Korea, and China, and Japan, regionally, partially, and for the United States, California. So it would be very good for us to hear from him about the carbon market cooperation and carbon pricing and the role of the leaders in the world. Yes?
Thank you very much, President Sang-hyuk Kim, and it's a real pleasure to be invited to this conference and to have the opportunity to speak. So, as you've introduced, I'll share some lessons around carbon pricing, in particular emissions trading systems.
Yes.
And also the leadership roles that we would like the US and China to show. So, firstly, on carbon pricing, we've heard from the previous speakers about some of the drivers for carbon pricing in terms of how trade policies are increasingly interacting with climate policies. For example, the carbon border adjustment mechanism that the EU is proposing to adopt will be a big driver for jurisdictions to scale up their ambition. And we all know that the Paris Agreement itself is a big driver for scaling up ambition to achieve the goals through ambitious long-term targets, the net zero targets that we've heard about, and the medium-term targets for 2030. And this all needs cost-effective policies, and this is where the emissions trading system fits in. It's cost-effective at achieving deep reductions in GHG emissions. It guarantees the reductions. It safeguards competitiveness of industry, and also it provides a mechanism to fund GHG mitigation technology. So what we're seeing is some interesting developments. If we look at the EU, firstly, we can see that next year they will be looking to strengthen their emissions trading system to align with the net zero goals by tightening the ETS cap. In the US, the California cap and trade is progressing and developing. It's got a long-term trajectory up to 2050. And particularly in Asia, there's a lot of interesting things. In Korea, the KETS moves into phase 3 next year. It's covering 70% of all of the national GHG emissions, and it's demonstrating that ETS can work in an economy that's energy intensive, that's export focused. The big story will be in China when the national emissions trading system starts very shortly. That will be immediately the world's largest. We hear about Indonesia by 2024, that should be adopting a national ETS, and then Thailand, Vietnam, Chinese Taipei, Philippines, etc., all following this path. So I think the big challenge here is this is a powerful tool, but it needs to be aligned with net zero targets. So, for example, in Korea, there needs to be the net zero that we've heard about needs to be converted into a 2030 target that's in line with net zero, and that needs to be converted into ETS cap, so ETS can really work to achieve that net zero. There's a big challenge in being able to decarbonize the power sector by passing through the carbon cost to power prices, and also a big challenge to scale up auctioning to really drive the polluter pays principle. So it's a very powerful tool, and I think Korea's particularly through the passing through the carbon cost to electricity prices can show the way into how this can be done with government controlled prices. In terms of the US-China, I think that the leadership the first point to make is that it starts with domestic policy. So US clearly needs to develop ambitious NDC with specific policies and measures across the key sectors, and these should be in line with achieving net zero emissions. In terms of China will need to develop an enhanced NDC, will need to have absolute targets, it will need to convert its ETS to having a fixed cap, not just a rate-based system, and that will enable the ETS to play a key role in enabling China to become net zero. And also China will need to demonstrate leadership by stopping its support for new coal power stations in the BRI countries. But then in terms of specific cooperation where US and China can play a role, I think certainly the US and Northeast Asia is a very fruitful area for cooperation. Obviously that we've heard about the developments in China, Japan, Korea in terms of net zero, and this cooperation can cover almost 50% of global GHG emissions, and it can boost the likelihood of achievement of the Paris goals and provide a big influence to others. So this cooperation can share experience on policies and measures to achieve net zero, particularly carbon pricing and ETS. It can share clean energy transition experience, deep decarbonization in industry, also Article 6 implementation solutions. I think the US and China can also cooperate more closely bilaterally through reconstituting the US-China Climate Change Working Group. I think Northeast Asia can also cooperate with ASEAN countries. So we heard about the big gap in achievement of the goals. So ASEAN countries need to scale up and drive more national level net zero commitments, and the Northeast Asian countries can play a big part in that. China, but also Japan and Korea. Also China and India is a big fruitful area for cooperation. So India is one of the biggest challenges for climate action. And I think China, given the similarities of the development status, industrial structure, energy structure, can really share its very good experience in carbon pricing with India and really drive India to become more ambitious and to take more seriously the climate challenge. And then the final point is really about reviving the major economies forum on climate change and energy, potentially by combining with the ministerial on climate action. So I think there's a lot of cooperation opportunities. Okay. It's been really encouraging to hear what the previous speakers have said. And I think there's a big role that Korea, Japan, China, and the US can play.
Okay, that's a very insightful point. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And as you said, that I understand the US is going to convene the major leaders gathering within 100 days after Mr. Biden takes office. I'm really encouraged to see that happen. Well, now we will have time for discussion and interactions. I'd like to invite Mr. Lee Dong-gyu, who is the representing National Council on Climate and Environment as the Director General of the International Corporation. And you have been a tremendously wonderful climate negotiator, to my knowledge. So how do you see the development of this situation, especially with the U.S. administration, which will be quite climate sensitive? And not just with the U.S., but China and in Asia, and etc.
Thank you, Mr. Sang-Hyuk Kim. And good morning and good evening for others. And I am very happy and very comfortable. All of us in conference is going in the same direction. As okay. Mr. Sang-Hyuk Kim introduced me, sorry. I have engaged in the climate change negotiations since the Copenhagen conference, 2009. As you know, the climate change negotiation inclined to be a little bit confrontational until now. But I feel the wind is changing now. the great news is, of course, the return of the U.S. to the Paris Agreement. And also, I really welcome the declaration of the China on the 2060 net zero. It will provide good political momentum to tackle climate change and also relevant to the climate change negotiation. On the today's theme, personally, I think we have to take a little bit more structural approach. We already have the umbrella of the Paris Agreement, but how we can shift our commitment to actions depends on the implementation structure. The return of the U.S. to Paris Agreement is quite symbolic, but after that return of the U.S. to Paris Agreement, the U.S. and all of us should rebuild some structure for implementation of the Paris Agreement. In this regard, I totally agree with the suggestion of the Professor Victor. He said we must break big problems into small ones and work in the smallest group. At the beginning of the opening session, the Minister Joe showed his willingness and determination to participate in the climate change action. And just before the direct game, Ministry of the Industry, normally in Korea, Ministry of Industry is quite conservative, but I feel his eagerness and the willingness to join the climate action. So maybe as the Professor Victor said, we can divide some issues. For example, the speakers mentioned about the clean energy issues. I think there is some cooperation as already in action, but from the government, we need a little bit more intentional approach. So the U.S. and China and Korea and even the Japan also share this climate energy issue. This is quite the focusing area. So for the governments can build some global or regional supply chains of clean energy. For example, hydrogen and green energy supplies will be the cooperation points. And also Mr. Kim said about his current cooperation with the US government. Maybe this bilateral cooperation could be expanded for a little bit multilateral. So two governments can invite the Chinese government and also the Japanese government.
Okay.
As we see, China and the US take half of the greenhouse gas emissions, and Korea and Japan has a huge part of this emission. So this kind of some regional and small group approach will provide some good momentum to promote and expel the global cooperation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee. As time is running, well, as you rightly pointed out, we really welcome the cooperation between U.S. and China on climate issues, but you suggested that applying the David Victor's theory on club diplomacy, how about having quadrilateral cooperation, US, China, and Korea, and Japan? Before inviting Professor Shim, I'd like to get your feedback. David, how would you respond to his...
I think it's exactly the right idea. I think we have a period right now where the Biden administration isn't formally in power yet. It's actually not quite clear who's running things in Washington these days. So we need to do a little work on this, but I think we should lay the foundation with industrial ministries in all four of these countries, including the transition team in the US, about what that quadrilateral cooperation would mean. And there's going to be cooperation of different geometries. Quadrilateral, I'm sure the US-China bilateral is going to be very powerful. I think the US-European bilateral is going to be very important, and of course the US-UK relationship because of the UK hosting of COP26.
Okay, thank you. Well, regarding the US and China relations, well, there has been the accumulating sense of tension and pressure and even confrontation, especially on the high-tech issues and security-related issues. But when it comes to climate change, there seems to be a mood for renewed cooperation. But there are many, many sensitive issues, even in the climate agenda between US and China. So Professor Shim, so there's issue on a kind of border adjustment issues, etc. How do you see the development, the relations of the US and China, Professor Shim?
Well, thank you, President Kim. I tend to think of the rivalry between China and the United States as something that we need to just pay attention to as we talk about the potential cooperation between these two great powers. The rivalry, the geographical contention between these two great powers are taking an impact on many different areas, and climate is definitely one of those areas that would be negatively impacted by this the international rivalry. That being said, I still see a great potential for these two countries to work together to make the world toward a much more livable place. And renewables would be one area, and probably nuclear energy is another area that these two countries can work together. And I see great potential for the US industries and the Chinese industries in these two great areas to work together, find climate-friendly solutions at an affordable price. But I have to just put some words of caution when it comes to employing what measures to employ to push or nudge China toward more climate-friendly policymaking. Trade measures, in general, are something that the Chinese government is really abhorrent for, and the border adjustment measures, whether it's directed by the European Union or directed by the United States, might draw the ire of the Chinese authority to act negatively toward, in terms of just gaining momentum on collective action in terms of climate-friendly solutions. So I have to be, maybe I'm too realistic in terms of just thinking out our great strategy toward climate solutions, but maybe some kind of a compromise might be needed to push the climate agenda forward when it comes to working together with China. That's all I can say from the political perspective.
Thank you. David, to my understanding, Professor Shim and you stayed together at the Stanford University, to my knowledge. So how would you respond to his remark? And there are many hurdles, even though we really welcome the good relations with the US and China.
Well, I think Professor Shim is correct, and it's not just because of the common relationship to Stanford University. I think it's good politics. Look, a lot of the pressure on border adjustments right now is coming from Europe.
Right.
I understand why that is. There's been some talk about this in the US, but it's not real yet. I understand the reasons behind this, but I think the warning from Professor Shim is correct. I've been in 7 or 8 international meetings in the last 5 or 6 days, and this topic has come up every single time.
Right.
And I think given all the fragility that we have in the global economic system right now, if we accidentally destroy economic relations between these important countries at the same time we're trying to put the relations together on climate change, that they're going to set ourselves back.
Okay, thank you. Well, there is a very famous proverb which says, if you focus on the differences, then you would create conflict. But if you focus on the commonality or common things, it will enhance cooperation. I think, yeah. In that regard, I have a hope that there could be a kind of climate detente or green detente between the U.S. and China, and that would give us a good, positive impact on the geopolitics of Northeast Asia. And Mr. Rich, you are in London, so it must be midnight or so. But if you have anything to add on the conversation, I welcome it. So.
Yeah, thank you. I think the...
Do you think we need a kind of American cap and trade legislation to make a carbon pricing happen?
Yeah, I think in terms of the carbon pricing, the role of carbon pricing can play a key role in decarbonising the power sector and also generate funds for deep decarbonisation in industry. We've heard quite a bit about the technological frontier. The key thing in the EU is that the innovation fund, which is generated from money from the EU ETS, is putting money towards hydrogen steel making or CC, carbon capture utilisation in cement. And so I think that the decarbonisation of the industrial sector is highly dependent on an effective carbon price. So an ETS can be very effective in achieving that, both in China and Korea and the US. In the power sector, you can have renewable energy policies, but they're not always the most cost effective. So I think that the ETS can play a key role in supporting to make coal more expensive in comparison to gas and renewables. So obviously US already has good experience in California and RGGI on carbon pricing, but I think China, the great thing about carbon pricing cooperation is that both US and China have good experience to share with each other. China has very good experience in the pilots. It's got the national ETS, which will be the world's largest in a few months, and they've got some very good experience. And I think that this could be a very, as you say, it can be a very positive area for cooperation. It can reduce the tension because it's a more diplomatically easier topic, and there's definitely a strong appetite. And I think Korea should play a part in that as well, because Korea is the front runner ETS in Asia and has better experience than China at the national level, and Japan needs to follow quickly as well. But I think because all these Northeast Asian jurisdictions have signed up to net zero, there's a much more stronger urgency to get proper carbon pricing policies in place, and the US needs something at the national level in place. So it can't achieve everything through subsidies or through renewable energy stimulation. So,
my last question to Professor David Victor. You know, for 4 countries, I mean, quadrilateral countries, US, China, Korea, and Japan have something in common, that is nuclear power. I know many people do not like nuclear power, but I had a deep dialogue with the head of the IEA, and he said that if you have nuclear power, please keep it in your energy mix because it is really low carbon. And to my knowledge, John Kerry, who is going to be the special envoy of the United States, said very favorably for the future generation nuclear power plant. And the three countries, China, Japan, and Korea, have very good infrastructures and skills for nuclear power, even though Korea is trying to phase out nuclear power plant. You have any view on this?
Yeah, I think this is vitally important. Nuclear power is a huge source of useful energy at zero carbon emissions. I think one of the things we're learning is that there are two nuclear industries in the world right now. There's the nuclear industry in the Western countries, where what we need to do is stop shutting reactors prematurely, like in the United States. The situation in Japan is politically very difficult for understandable reasons. And then and I think Korea is now in this situation. And then there's another industry where Korea is actually a leader, which is the emerging market industry. And the Chinese are now building more reactors than anybody else in the world. The export project, Korean-built pressurized water reactor in Abu Dhabi, is a very, very important export project. And so I think if we're going to have more countries around the world use nuclear power safely and help us address the climate problem, with nuclear playing a role, not the only role, but a role, we got to have a vital export industry. And I think that's a potentially really, really important role for Korea. The U.S. is going to have a big, big say in that because of the nuclear materials agreements, such as the one between the United States and Abu Dhabi, that made that project possible.
Okay, thank you. Well, I really wish we could have more time, but time is really running out. And, well, I always say this to my students and my fellow friends, and then, well, if not now, then when? And if not us, then who? And Karen, who is the MC today, is my student. So let's do something right now together for the next chapter. So this is it. Thank you. And stay with us for the second session. That would be really, really important topic, dealing with climate and green finance. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all for your presentations and discussion. I think we all especially enjoyed the imagery invoked by some of the speakers, such as the atmosphere does not recognize the Paris Agreement, and when the tide goes down, what will we be wearing? We will now start the second plenary of the 7th Annual Seoul Climate Energy Conference 2020. In this session, we will have two presentations and discussion on the theme of Green New Deal and green finance. I would like to invite the moderator, Park Kwang-woo, head of the KAIST Graduate School of Finance.
Good morning. I guess we have session participants from around the world. We have Professor Marjun from Beijing now. We have Mr. Sharon from London. Mr. Sharon, I guess you're very early in the morning. It's 1:15 there?
Exactly, 1:19 a.m.
Yeah, 1:19 a.m. Great to have you here. So it's great honor, and I'm so pleased to have such amazing experts of sustainable finance in our group. We have a very tight schedule in this session with only 50 minutes. So I will let our three speakers, each one for 10 minutes presentation, and then we have two excellent discussants. They will give 5 minutes. And I guess then we will have 10 minutes left for discussion, so we can exchange some ideas. Each speaker or discussion can ask questions to others, and at the same time, if time remaining, I may ask my questions as well. So firstly, I'd like to introduce our first speaker. Our first speaker, Dr. Jun Ma, is professor and director of Center for Finance and Development at Tsinghua University. He's also chairman of Green Finance Committee of China Society of Finance and Banking. and a member of the Monetary Policy Committee of the People's Bank of China. So prior to joining Tsinghua, Dr. Ma served as a chief economist at the People's Bank of China. He was heading the research bureau there and played a groundbreaking role in developing the national green finance policy framework there. And before that, before working for the central bank, he worked for 13 years at Deutsche Bank, where he was managing director and chief economist for the Greater China. And Dr. Mao also was serving in the public sectors. He wrote many books published in major journals. Dr. Mao got his PhD in economics from Georgetown University and master's degree in management science from Fudan University. Would you welcome Dr. Mao?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Let me try to share my screen. Just give me 1 second. Can you see the screen?
Yes, we can see you. See your screen as well.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to join this energy climate conference, which is very important for this particular moment, as many countries, including China, Korea, Japan, have recently declared a carbon neutrality target. And I strongly believe that green finance can play a very important role in driving the implementation of Paris Agreement and the climate agenda. So in the coming 10 minutes or so, I would just briefly introduce what China has done in the area of green finance and some of the international initiatives that we have been participating. And finally, if I have time, I touch upon the new topic of environmental risk analysis, just very briefly. Starting with China, when I joined the central bank in China in 2014, we began to discuss the notion of establishing a green financial system. And in 2016, the PBOC, namely the Chinese Central Bank, led the drafting of the green finance guidelines in China. And under the guideline, we have developed a framework, which I believe can be classified into 5 pillars. The first pillar is taxonomy, which defines what is green, and the purpose of that is to prevent greenwashing. And the second aspect or second pillar is disclosure requirement, which will make sure that the issuers and borrowers will disclose enough environmental information to the investment community. And the third one is incentives, because some of the green projects may not be making enough profits in the near term. In order to crowd in private sector money, we need to incentivize these project owners to make these projects more attractive to private capital. And the fourth pillar is the suite of products which need to meet various kinds of financing demand from green projects. And finally, we have focused on local pilots, because China is so large, different localities have different conditions. And we encourage them to innovate the approach to green finance. Let me just give you a couple of examples of what we did under these 5 pillars. On taxonomy, China has now 3 kinds of taxonomies defining green activities financed by the green financial community. The first one, which came in 2013 by the Chinese banking regulator, is the taxonomy for green credit or green loans. At that time, it was very simple. It was only 12 lines in 1 page. And over time, we improved the taxonomy. For example, in 2015, I led the drafting of the Chinese Green Bond Catalog, which is a bond classification for green activities. And this document was long as 10 pages and with 31 categories. So it's much more detailed and operational. And the third category, third catalog, which was published last year by 7 ministries, is called the Green Industry Catalog, which is 60 pages long and 211 categories. So this is by far the most detailed and operational green taxonomies we have developed so far. The second aspect is the disclosure. China is gradually moving from voluntary disclosure towards mandatory. We have many kinds of disclosure requirements. For example, by Ministry of Ecology and Environment, they made a mandatory requirements for major polluters to disclose environmental information on a mandatory basis in 2017. And the securities regulator introduced a semi-compulsory regulation a couple of years ago, and they will be moving towards compulsory requirement for all listed companies and all bond issuers to disclose environmental information by the end of this year. And between China and UK, we have launched a pilot project that implements TCFD. So some UK financial firms and 9 Chinese financial firms have joined, and they are disclosing environmental climate information on a voluntary basis now. This is just one example of a bond issuer disclosing its environmental information, which includes the reduction of energy consumption, reduction of CO2, reduction of air pollutants, and so on and so forth, due to the investment in a green project. On the policy side, at the macro level, the central bank in China introduced a green relending facility, which offers low-cost financing through the commercial banks to green projects. And at the local level, various local governments offered interest subsidies and green guarantees to lower the funding cost of these projects. On products, over the past few years, we developed a system of many kinds of green financial products, including at least 11 trillion RMB worth of green loans. In past 4 years, we issued 1.1 trillion RMB worth of green bonds and set up 700 green equity funds. Beyond that, the financial community is innovating on many new products, including green ABS, green ETF, and various kinds of green insurance, including pollution liability insurance, green building insurance, solar insurance, wind insurance, and so on and so forth. And the carbon finance is also developing. Now, moving on to international collaboration, the highlight was the 2016 G20 when China was a host. And at that time, China initiated this G20 Green Finance Study Group, which is co-chaired by myself, representing China, and Mr. Michael Sharon, who will be speaking right after me, representing UK. And we successfully initiated 7 options, which were endorsed by the G20 leaders in 2016. So scaling up green finance became a global consensus since then. And in the following years, the study group introduced the concept of environmental risk analysis and creating sustainable assets such as ABS and CLOs to the capital markets. And in 2017, 8 countries' central banks came together, including those from UK and China, formed this NGFS, which is formally called the Central Banks and Supervisors Network for Greening the Financial System. As of now, this network has expanded to more than 70 countries members and is still growing, which is becoming a very important platform for global financial policy makers to debate and develop consensus on how to improve and regulate the green finance market globally. And also about 2 years ago, the China Green Finance Committee and City of London jointly launched a set of green investment principles for the Belt and Road, which included more than 120 emerging market economies. And we're calling for global investors to embed sustainability into their corporate governance, to measure the environmental impact and disclosing such information, and adopting green financial instruments. And these principles were adopted by 37 large institutions from 14 countries and regions. And we're hoping that Korean financial institutions can also consider joining the GIP as well. Under the GIP, we have created 3 working groups. One is to develop tools for them to measure environmental impact. Recently, we introduced a carbon calculator, which is used by our members to calculate the carbon emission from their investments. And also we developed templates for them to measure and disclose environmental and climate information. And finally, we're launching a project database for green in the Belt and Road area. And the latest international collaborative initiative that we were actively involved is the China-EU-led working group to harmonize the green finance taxonomies under the International Platform for Sustainable Finance. This IPSF was launched about a year ago, and now China and the EU are co-chairing this new working group, trying to harmonize green finance and sustainable finance taxonomy between China and Europe. And my personal hope as a co-chair of this working group is that we may be able to produce a common taxonomy between China and EU, so that in the future, Chinese issuer can use a new common taxonomy to issue green bonds in Europe, and European firms can use this new taxonomy to issue green bonds in China. And such common taxonomy could be also taken as a reference by many other economies in designing or developing their own taxonomies. Just a few words on environmental risk analysis, which I mentioned earlier, that was promoted by the G20 and also by NGFS. And recently, as the chair of the NGFS supervision workstream, I led 2 documents, one of which is called Case Studies of Environmental Risk Analysis Methodology, that was published by the NGFS in September this year. And this document consolidated more than 30 methodologies and models and tools from around the world, including banks, asset managers, insurance company, on how to quantify the financial risks, including credit and market risk, arising from these financial institutions' exposure to environmental and climate risks. Just to give you one example how to apply such methodology, one of the teams that I lead has developed a model that estimates the potential non-performing loan ratio arising from lending to coal-fired power generation companies. And we show that under certain assumptions of energy transition, the NPL ratio or default probability will increase from 3% today to more than 20% within 10 years. So this kind of analysis is very important in convincing financial institutions that excessive exposure to high carbon assets may lead to financial risk to yourself, and thereby you need to manage such risk by reducing exposure to polluting and high carbon assets. Now that's all I'd like to share for the moment. Thank you very much for the invitation again, and I wish the conference a great success.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ma. Dr. Ma discussed China's policy on green finance and its efforts in coping with climate change. Thank you so much for your insightful talk. Our next speaker is Michael Sharon. Mr. Sharon is a senior advisor within the Bank of England. In his role, he provides counsel and independent challenge to the senior management of the UK Central Bank. Mr. Heron co-chaired the G20 Sustainable Finance Study Group with China and has contributed to bilateral negotiation and intervention on sustainable finance with a wide and diverse collection of countries. Mr. Sharon got master's degree from Harvard London School of Economics and NYU, where he studied finance, economics, philosophy, and public policy. Would you welcome Mr. Sharon?
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be here. And actually, it's again, for President Kim and also yourself, Mr. Park, it's a pleasure to be back in Korea, albeit virtually. I must say, it's wonderful to be here, not just to be able to share thoughts and ideas around sustainability and climate risk, but also in a new era, I would argue, of where international cooperation has come back. I spent a good portion of 2019, actually at least 2 trips to Korea, had the fortunate ability to speak to many of the people that are probably even watching today in the public sector, private sector, and I congratulate Korea, but also in combination with Japan and China on the net zero commitments. And many people will remember 2020 as an incredibly difficult year, a horrible year related to the virus. But I must tell you, it's one of the most hopeful years I've seen, because when China, Korea, and Japan, in close succession, made this commitment, combined with the changes that are taking place in Washington, my hope for international cooperation has been is increased dramatically, and I think we have a great opportunity to do wonderful things, both in changing the real economy as well as the green finance. And with that, I'd like to start my chat with: you cannot have green finance without a green economy. And that's what the net zero is trying to do. Ultimately, that each industry and company within the industries are creating both products and services that ultimately are going to be net zero. To do that requires a tremendous transition, a change in how the products are made, how services are done, and those require things like CapEx, R&D, and those are the things that banks and investors finance. That is how green finance drives the transition of the real economy. And I think what's extraordinary, in my 2 trips to Korea last year, it was very clear, and it's true of Japan and China as well, are all incredibly well positioned to transition their real economies. There are populations that are highly skilled and educated, strong financial systems, industrial bases, and I didn't realize the level of R&D investment in Korea is staggering. The amount of great ideas and the industrial base that drives those great ideas are quite astounding. So the opportunity of Korea becoming net zero is really a story of how this very talented opportunity comes together. So what I'd like to do is my close friend and my former co-chair, Mao Jun, it's always great to go after him, brought up some very important things in green finance. So how do you take that transition of the real economy and really start translating it? And I'll give you a real life example in the UK. As of 2030, you will no longer be able to export into the United Kingdom an internal combustion automobile. We will not be able to manufacture them in the UK, new ones for use. They will be completely barred. So we've got less than a 10-year window to start transitioning that piece of our mobility sector to be able to get the infrastructure built. And those are the tangible areas where green finance, both in loans, bonds, and funds, will absolutely be key. That's what's going to energize the financial system. So when you start thinking about that, there's key elements to the financing of everything. And one of them, and Dr. Ma brought this out, is taxonomies. Harmonizing them is one of the most important activities taking place. Part of that, again, as we talked about, is disclosure. And everyone's very well aware of the TCFD, which Governor Carney, along with Mike Bloomberg, championed. Well, the United Kingdom last week announced in 2025, TCFD will be mandatory in the UK. And this is where you start seeing that combination of things that are both mandatory as well as targets. So both taxonomies and disclosure are enabling elements to green finance. They help you, they provide the data and the information around it. One of the other key elements that Dr. Ma brought up as well is around collecting data from our banks. And a good example of that, and one was Dr. Ma brought up, but we've also been looking at here in the UK, the Bank of England did a very detailed study on mortgages within the United Kingdom. And as we started collecting data and looked at delinquencies as well as defaults, we found that basically mortgages that were on green assets defaulted less and had better recovery rates. And if you look at a financial system, whether it be Korea, China, or the United Kingdom, one of the largest concentrations of credit on banks' balance sheets are mortgages. So being able to actually understand that not only these are good for our economies, not are they good for the planet, but they're actually good investments is really important. I think those type of enabling devices around data, harmonization of taxonomies, and around disclosure are key. Now, a couple of the areas that we're really focusing on here in the UK, and London being a global financial center, are around green products. And those are bonds, loans, and technology. And I think a third element that was brought up in the previous state area along with that, a complementing piece, is around carbon trading. So as you start getting the real economy financed properly, the key to net zero carbon, or at least the operational word, is net. We're not going to be at absolute zero carbon at 2050, 2060, but we need to be at net. So that means the financial markets need to be players, very important players in the net carbon trading to start offsetting it. Again, you're seeing the financial industry playing a key role in enabling the real economy through financial products to reach that. So that combined with green bonds, and again, the UK government just announced we will be issuing a green sovereign bond next year, a very powerful signaling device, both to the population here and as part of the wider community. And additionally to that, we've announced that as part of COP26, a variety of initiatives that I think are going to bring countries together. With these three commitments in Asia and with the US changing, I believe we've got the opportunity collectively to bring back international cooperation and to be able to actually start putting green transition and green financing to work in a way to accelerate the movements both in Asia, Europe, and the Americas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharon. Mr. Sharon, start with how important it is to have an international collaboration among these three countries in the northern Asia, and then you move on to the green finance initiatives in UK and Europe, with particular attention to the taxonomies, and then move on to the green products that UK is now developing. I was very impressed by the green sovereign bond that UK government is going to issue soon. I think we might not have a long discussion after all the presenters will talk, but there is already a question from the floor, but you can answer now or later on. People are talking about this COP26, which will be soon being had next year in Glasgow. And the biggest initiatives there is the green finance agenda. So you might think about it, or you can answer now about your prospects on the next year's COP26.
Just very quickly, I think that's a great question, because COP26, because of this bringing together the opportunity for international cooperation like we didn't have a year or two ago, is going to make Glasgow a real catalyst position. And you're going to see things, as I mentioned, around a disclosure, around products, and actually even the Bank of England this next year during this will do its first stress test for climate in the financial service industry. So I think what you'll see I know what you'll see in Glasgow, and by the way, you probably know this, but for those who aren't aware, that Governor Carney from the Bank of England, albeit has left, he is the key organizer and special envoy to that. So we remain to keep that, as well as Andrew Bailey, who is our current governor, was the one who gave the approval for the G20 work with Majun and I. So I think you're going to see a lot of the familiar names and faces in international cooperation come together, unlike many other COPs. And I'm hoping we can achieve things similar to we saw in Paris 5 years ago.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing the most updated information on that event. Okay, let's move on to the next speaker. In Korea, we have two international organizations on climate change and sustainability. And one is GCF, Green Climate Fund, and The other one is GGGI, Global Green Growth Institute. And we have a very a special speaker here today, Mr. Leo Hyung-gun Park. He's leading the financial institution team within the private sector facility of GCF. He also acts as a corporate senior officer of the fund. Prior to joining GCF, he used to work for climate finance and project finance team for Korea Development Bank. Leo got his bachelor's from University of Warwick and his MBA from NYU. Would you welcome Mr. Park?
Thank you very much, Professor Park. I'm audible? Okay, thank you. Let me just share my screen. Okay. Yeah. So thank you very much again for your warm welcome and offering me a great opportunity, to share my view and also partly the GCF view, and try to see how we can leverage the green financing mechanism to finance the Green New Deal that's becoming quite trendy across the world. I think I can keep my intervention quite short since most of the stuff I was going to discuss or have already been covered by both Michael and Dr. Majun. So thank you very much. And then I'll be focusing mostly on what kind of support GCF can provide with some of the very key examples, and I can also spend a couple of minutes to share what's happening in Korea. Although we do have the panelists from the Korean governments today, but I can at least tell you what we've been what kind of help we've been offering to Korean governments in terms of the drafting a bill on green finance. So yeah, I mean, as Michael said, right, we definitely need a transition to green economy, and to do so, we of course need to break down the barriers from both supply and demand side to achieve the green transition. And some of the barriers from the supply side still includes the lack of climate strategy and the capacity, because many actors still find it difficult to evaluate the economics of a climate project, and there is still a high perceived risk when it comes to green investments in terms of the long payback period, etc. And there is still room to make further improvements in terms of creating more enabling environments, and which can include regulations to give it further impetus. And those from the demand side include still the limited awareness. So we still need to do more work on awareness raising, on green business opportunities and climate technologies. And this is where we can also help with the local small and medium-sized enterprises as well. And there is still a high upfront cost of climate technology, and the low accessibility to affordable financing, which also we are trying to help with. And then there's a limited technical capabilities to access the climate finance as well. And this is where many developing countries especially need support from international climate funds like GCF. So yeah, of course there are many green finance initiatives, and most of them already been again covered by Dr. Majun and Michael. And of course, there are national ones such as the UK's, Green Finance Strategy and EU's Sustainable Finance Action Plan. And then there are, of course, industry-led ones, which include the TCFD, the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, Partnership for Carbon Accounting Financials, etc. And then there is one important also movement to, spread the green bank concept across the world. Of course, UK had been one of the runners when they set up the UK Green Investment Bank. Although it's with now Macquarie, I think they are still very active, in terms of providing the necessary capital for green, transition across many countries in the world. So basically, what GCF, intends to do is to green the financial system, using our instruments. So the first pillar is to use our funding proposal and project preparation facility to offer the concessional and affordable green credit lines either through the financial intermediaries or directly to projects. And we also have the project preparation facility, which is a grant funding that can be used to develop green investment pipeline. And whenever we provide the non-grant instruments, we usually almost always provide technical assistance and the capacity building support on top of that, which can be used to implement environmental social risk management systems to be embedded within, for example, the national development banks. And then there is a readiness program, which can be most relevant to support, for example, the work of NGFS, because the readiness program can be used to make the policy level interventions. So this is a grant funding that can be, supporting central banks or regulators to, comply with all the recommendations made by NGFS. And by the way, GCF is also a stakeholder of the NGFS, just in case you weren't aware. And then the last pillar is related to the awareness raising and outreach. I already mentioned to you about our involvement in NGFS. And we also work very closely with the International Development Finance Club. We just recently launched the joint publication with them for the first time. And then we also hope to work closely with the IFC Sustainable Banking Network, again, to help the local actors, which include, again, regulators, as well as the Association of Banks, to promote development of green financial markets. Let me just share with you a case study, which has been recently approved, which is a Mongolia Green Finance Corporation. This was a project that approved 3 weeks ago during our latest board meeting. So this is in line with the green bank work that we've been promoting. So we'll be setting up a green bank in Mongolia, and this has many unique features because it will be probably the first time where the public and private sector investors will be joining forces. By holding equal shares of this green bank together with the GCF. So the MGFC will be funded by, again, GCF, the government of Mongolia, as well as consortium of the private sector banks. And they will be, again, on lending through the local financial institutions to finance, first of all, the energy efficiency related project. And GCF will also provide both subordinated and senior loans to buffer, the capital basis of the NGFS. I already mentioned to you how GCF can provide the different instruments such as readiness and project preparation facility, and this was the very unique case where GCF used all 3 instruments. So we started this work first with the readiness program, where we hired the GGGI as our delivery partner back in 2017. Who conducted the scoping study and to develop business model, etc. But we still found some gaps. So in 2019, we actually hired Macquarie GIG as a consultant. It wasn't us who hired the Macquarie. It was actually Hasbank, our accredited entity in Mongolia, who hired again Macquarie as their advisor, and they are the one who developed the guidelines for governance structure. And they, of course, tried to benchmark to the extent possible in the work they did with the UK Green Investment Bank. And then finally, the project, like I said, was approved a couple of weeks ago. So it took us a long time, but we managed to get this project approved, and we are very excited. And we hope to replicate this type of model across other countries. So just quickly on the special act on promotion of green financing in Korea. As you know, Korea, of course, is not a recipient country of GCF funding, but we've been trying to help them as much as we can as a host country of the GCF. So in that respect, we've been helping one of the National Assembly member to come up with a special act on the promotion of green finance in Korea. to help achieve the 2050 zero carbon target. One of the initiatives include the creation of a Korea Green Investment Bank with the initial capitalization of around USD 5 billion. And then the others, of course, are very much in line with what Majun has already done or is trying to do in China, which include the development of national green taxonomy and the adoption of mandatory climate-related information disclosure in line with the TCFD recommendations, and also to work with the regulators and central banks identify and management of climate risks in line with the NGFS recommendations. But I'm sure our colleagues from Ministry of Environment and also the former governor Liu will share more details on this. So this is the last slide. So we at the GCF actually published a document last year, which is called Driving the Transformation to a Climate Resilient Financial System. So those who are interested in learning more about how GCF can support the transition to the green or climate resilient financial system, I would like to invite you to take a look at the document. And then of course you can always feel free to reach out to me anytime if you have any questions or suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Park first introduced the role of GCF in international collaboration, and then he moved on to how GCF is channeling climate finance to many developing countries, including Mongolia. So Mr. Park gave a good example of Mongolian Green Finance Corp. He then lastly shows what kind of legislative and effort is being made in Korea by introducing us the Green Investment Bank in Korea. Okay, then let's move on to our next speaker. We have two excellent discussants from Korea. Our first discussant is Dr. Kwang-yeol Lee. Dr. Yu took various senior positions at Ministry of Economy and Finance and also at Financial Services Commission, including the Director General of International Financial Cooperation, Commissioner of Financial Intelligence Unit, and Standing Commissioner of the Securities and Futures Commission. Until recently, he was the first Senior Deputy Governor of Financial Supervisory Service. Dr. Yu graduated from Seoul National University as an undergraduate econ, and then he got his PhD in economics from University of Texas at Austin. Would you welcome Dr. Yu?
Thank you, Professor Park, for inviting me to this conference, and very nice to seeing you, Leo Park and Michael, and also President Kim. I'll be very brief. And as Michael pointed out, I think that there will be no green finance without the green economy. And in that respect, and Korea is not a fast mover, but I think that the difference between the fast mover and Korea will not be huge. So I have a higher expectation for the Koreans' initiative going forward. As Leo mentioned, there are several international initiatives in financial sectors among regulators, so I'm not going to talk about that. So in the case of Korea and my former organization, Financial Supervisory Service, last year we started working on those joining those initiatives, and we created a working group made of senior bankers and other important executives in financial sectors to do stock-taking exercise of best practice on climate-related finance in the financial sectors, and also follow up on international move like NGFS and TCFD to better prepare for the required action driven by climate change. And also FSS started, we have a very well-defined stress test model measuring the impact of capital adequacy of the financial sectors on various, in response to various external shocks. So we embark on stress tests on financial sectors to quantify how climate change undermines assets held by the financial sector, and reviewed how to design a way to disclose climate-related risk and opportunities. And also, as a bottom-up approach, some pension funds and banks, holding companies and insurance companies took bold measures to stay away from the stranded assets. So now we see that on bottom-up and also top-down, there's a strong move towards low carbon economy. And of course, the recent critical moment comes with the government's commitments to Green New Deal projects as a way of COVID-19 responsive package, and also the strong commitment of the governments to carbon net zero by 2050. So I guess that from now on, already it's in the pipeline. I think the Ministry of Environment, also Financial Supervisory Commissions, which is a government body in charge of the economic policy and financial policy making, is taking steps. So let me just briefly talk about 4 main pillars for green finance in the pipeline by the government sectors. We're now strengthening the risk management caused by climate change. So we try to define and quantify the risk associated with the climate change driven change. Of course, we need some common assumptions and prerequisites to do some analysis, but this requires some global coordination. But we will, in due process, will define and quantify the risk, and we'll try to internalize the risk in the supervision context. Now it's in the best interest of the also Korean financial companies and financial sectors to incorporate the risk related to those climate change. And it definitely have an impact on the quality of the assets and portfolios. Secondly, like others pointed out, Korea will join in enlarging disclosure of the environment-related information by listed companies. So we're providing guidance for the best practice and information disclosure in an early stage, and try to provide training program for environmentally responsible investments. And thirdly, I think that in line with other government bodies, and government will increasing green investment and providing some policy incentive, fiscal incentive to facilitate investment green projects. And we're also working on, as mentioned, the green taxonomies and guidelines for green finance. Of course, green bonds and funds and loans and guarantees, all types of the fiscal financial instrument will be available through policy banks and others to facilitate investments. Also, try to encourage evaluating the contribution of the pensions and institutional investors, the impact on those climate change related investments. And finally, when it comes to sustainable green finance, we'll coordinate with the other bodies joining that international discussion bodies, NGFS and TCFD. It'll be late, but we'll in due process following the steps, and also government body, FSC, and creating as committees and units serving for green finance to maintain the momentums and to follow up our initiative. But still, it's early stage, and I think the government made a promise by the end of this year we'll have so much more specific green finance initiative in the context of the financial policy and regulators' perspective, and we're looking forward to seeing the specific outcomes going down the road. That'll be my brief introduction of the Green Finance Initiative in Korea. Thank you very much, Professor Park.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yu. Dr. Yu was the chief government officer for the international collaboration when he was in the office, so we got his good insight for this international collaboration for climate change. Our next speaker is Dr. Hwang Song-tae. He's Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Environment in Korea. He was heading this, and he was extensive experience in environmental policies within the focus on water, air, and climate change. Dr. Hwang obtained his BA from Yonsei University, Master's from Seoul National University, and a PhD in Public Affairs from Indiana University. Would you welcome Dr. Hwang?
Thank you. Thank you for Professor Ma and Mr. Sharon for sharing interesting and updated progress taking place in China and UK in the field of green finance. And nice to see you, Mr. Park, my friend from GTF via internet. Thank you for the insightful presentations. I would like to share the status and progress after the launch of Green New Deal in July this year and the announcement of 2050 carbon neutral target in November. I would like to highlight the relations between Green New Deal and the carbon neutrality ambition and green finance in this short talk. As you know, in July 2020, the government announced the Korean New Deal plan as a comprehensive stimulus package for the recovery from COVID-19. The deal has been introduced with a major fiscal plan of injecting total 160 trillion Korean won by 2025. The Green New Deal, together with Digital New Deal, is one of the two pillars of Korean New Deal. It includes 8 projects under 3 key areas, which are transition to low-carbon decentralized energy, greening of cities and infrastructure, and green industry promotion. Total 73 trillion won is expected to be invested, of which about 43 trillion to be funded by government, aiming to create 660,000 new jobs and cut 12.3 million tons of greenhouse gases. Since the release of the plan, the Korean New Deal strategy meeting, chaired by the president himself, has continued to monitor and review the progress to improve the tools and strategies of the deal. We see the world paying attention to climate change keener than ever amid the election of Mr. Joe Biden as the President of the United States. An increasing number of countries, including major economies like China, Japan, have been pledging a carbon neutral target. You may know Korea has also joined earlier this month. Our Green New Deal will need to evolve, fully incorporating such climate ambition. The Korean Green New Deal now is more like a fiscal investment roadmap by 2025. We recognize the need to constantly update and reinforce the deal by defining long-term direction after 2025 to become carbon neutral by 2050. More segmented measures targeting circular economy, agriculture, and other important sectors need to be come up with too. Our government will continue to improve and build up Green New Deal toward 2025 and beyond. The Korean Green New Deal consists of a set of concrete projects that require sufficient and timely resource flow to work properly. Although we expect the major fiscal injection by the government will make a pump primer, making private investment work is to sustain the project's success in the long run. Our government understands this point to include the green finance promotion as an important strategic element of the Green New Deal. In perspective of ministry environment, we are focusing on 3 priority tasks to promote green finance in the private sector. First one is developing Korean taxonomy. The core of green finance is offering financial incentives to green industry or business practices. To make the incentive work, we need to define what is green and how green one should be to receive the incentives. Our ministry is conducting a series of research to develop our taxonomy with reference to those of EU and ISO, and the result is expected by the end of this year. Early next year, we will start pilot implementation of the taxonomy, and a green investment guideline will be developed based on it within 2021. Second task is establishing the framework for non-financial reporting, aka environmental, social, and governance (ESG) assessment, which enable investors to make a greener investment decision. Surveys and research are underway to develop the ESG assessment framework with a view to introducing it to the market from 2022. The last one is strengthening the public disclosure of corporate environmental information. We are now undertaking expert and stakeholder consultation to set out the range of business and financial institutes subject to the disclosure scheme. Meanwhile, we intend to encourage listed enterprises to carry out voluntary corporate sustainability reporting through providing guidance and education. Besides, in collaboration with the Financial Service Commission, our ministry has established Green Finance Task Force, which will facilitate the priority task I explained. Through the TF, we are also endeavoring to nurture green finance human resources and expert institutions while enhancing cooperation with the international green finance initiatives such as TCFD. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister Huang. Dr. Huang has given us a good explanation of Green New Deal plan in Korea, and then Dr. Huang gave how Korean government is making progress and exerting their every effort to make this Green New Deal policy as a way, an opportunity to make growth, while at the same time we are coping with the climate change. Thanks for your insightful discussion. Now we are a little behind time, but we may have some discussion. So let's first go back to our three speakers. I guess our three speakers are still there, and you heard about the discussions, comments, and at the same time, we have some questions I got from the floor and by myself. Many people are talking about the return of the U.S. to the Paris Agreement, and especially here, we see these two largest economies, China and U.S., at the same time, two largest polluting countries. Their collaboration is most important. So we have first a question to Dr. Ma, that how do you expect, is Dr. Ma still there? Oh, Dr. Ma is gone. Dr. Ma is gone. So then, how about Mike? Mike, Sharon, do you have any thoughts about this?
Yeah. Dr. Ma and I, as you know, were the co-chairman of the G20, and we saw when the U.S. left, there was a real loss of weight in the discussions. And I think what's realistic to think about is not every problem in the world's gone away. We still have to deal with Corona. There's still trade issues, a variety of things. But the importance of the U.S. coming back to the table, and the fact of China joining other countries with the net zero allows a common denominator that the two of them can sit together. So the other issues are still out there, and they may disagree on that, but having green as a common denominator at the highest level of both those countries, I think you'll see things like the G7, which will also be in the UK next year, COP26 and the G20, which will be in Italy. All those venues, you'll be able to see China and the United States sit down together with the rest of the countries. And so I think it's a big deal for the two of them both to be back to the table.
Mm. Thank you. Yeah, actually, Mike used to work with this G20 Sustainable Finance Study Group with China. So thanks for your insights. How about your response to the discussions, comments on this international collaboration among not only China and between China and U.S., but among China, Japan, and Korea?
As I mentioned in my talk, I think that is without a doubt where all growth, the growth engine of the world is really in Asia. So having China, Korea, and Japan coordinating on this to have green sustainable growth will be not only leadership positions for these three big economies, but for the fastest growing part of the world, but also will all the rest of the ASEAN countries will also be part of that. So I think you'll see that overflow, that leadership overflow into Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, other parts of Asia as well. So I think not just the US and China, but the three large Asian powers, economic powers agreeing on this will also deliver great outcomes for growth and jobs in Asia, but also green sustainable jobs in Asia.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Leo at GCF, you're still there. Okay.
Yes.
So I guess GCF is also looking forward to return of U.S. To Paris Agreement and their greater contribution for GCF. How the people there are thinking of this?
I mean, they still owe us $2 billion, so so we'll be definitely, knocking on their doors to collect the remaining $2 billion pledges. So we are, of course, we are very excited. We are very, very excited. And of course, in terms of further promoting this green finance work, it would be great if FRB, of course, joins the NGFS. I'm sure that will be the top priority for NGFS to make sure they bring, the US on board. Yeah, but I'm sure, the collaborations in terms of, in the context of Paris Agreement will be, stronger once US comes back to the game.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Yu, so I guess you used to work for OECD and the embassy to China. So I guess you have a very rich experience with this international collaboration. How is it, especially with issue of climate change and environmental measure when you are working with the Democratic Party government in the U.S.?
I guess that, like you pointed out, I think that when Biden becomes the next president of the United States, I have a high expectation for all those agreements. Of course, Korea is not a front runner in this context, but clearly, when I have a chance to see my colleagues in trilateral meeting in Japan, Korea, and China, also a meeting, international meeting, something like integrated financial bodies meeting, we have very diverse discussions. But I think that there's strong, at that time, there was a lack of strong momentums going forward. But I think that right now, as many of you pointed out and agreed, that I think that there's a clearly international move towards the low carbon economies, and now that using carbon, the cost of using carbon is now relatively higher and it's not feasible. So I guess that under this context, I think that international cooperation will be much easier. And I think that it's a pity that I'm no longer as part of the governments. If I was there, I'm sure that I'll organize trilateral meeting in China, Korea, and Japan. The high-level regulators meetings between Korea, China, and Japan. China is a CBIRC and Korea is a FSS and FSC, and also Japan's FSA, and they're all vice governors level meeting. But unfortunately, I'm not able to maintain momentum. But clearly, I'll tell my colleagues and working in the government sectors to sustain the momentum and strengthen the momentum. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Hwang, you used to host all the most important positions at the Ministry of Environment, including Director of Climate Change, or especially international cooperation. You used to be Director of International Cooperation Bureau and also Director General of Air Quality Pollution Bureau and Climate Change and International Cooperation Bureau. So how the new administration in the U.S. will change international cooperation in climate change, especially for Korean government?
As you know that United States is the second largest emitter of greenhouse gas, and we know that United States is the great superpower in international arena. And I'm just reading the president's announcement of this morning. The president has a meeting with the ministers about carbon neutrality 2050, and my president emphasized the importance of put a lot of effort to change, to make a transformation of our society into a carbon neutral one. So he talks about, especially talks about the close international cooperation between EU and Korea and the United States and Korea. There's this international cooperation and the global leadership on for carbon neutral society in 2050 will be rapidly facilitated by the new president of the United States, Joe Biden, and it helped us to promote, facilitate the domestic effort to make Korea carbon neutral. So I feel very optimistic. The election of Joe Biden rather than Trump, re-election of Trump. And so I'm happy to see the changes in the United States. I look forward to making this opportunity to make the world and Korea carbon neutral in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. So it seems like from your face, it's like the more bright future we can have concerning this coping with the climate change. Okay, thank you so much. We have amazing, so much professional and expert group of speakers and discussants, and I myself learned a lot. So please stay tuned with this YouTube channel for the rest of the day today, and we can share all the new issues, agendas going with climate. Again, thank you so much for being with us, all the speakers and discussants, especially Mike Sharon from London. I think it's time for you to go to bed. Thank you so much. Okay, so
thank you.
This is all for today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your great discussion. As a UK citizen, I was especially motivated by the discussion of COP26 and the potential for it to be a catalyst for green finance. And I hope that despite the pandemic, it seems that many of our speakers are emphasizing that, in fact, 2020 is a year for optimism, given the cooperation of China, Japan, Korea, and the US. Next, we will move on to Plenary 3, on the theme of sustainable development and green business creation. I would now like to invite the moderator, Lee Ji-hwan, professor at the KAIST College of Business.
Thank you. I'm Ji-hwan Lee from KAIST College of Business, and I'm chairing the session, Sustainable Development and Green Business Creation. And we actually have 4 panelists today. But Ian de Cruz, who is actually based in Washington, D.C., was not able to join us real time, but instead he sent us his pre-recorded video, very useful and insightful video. So right after watching Ian's video, we are going to convert our language mode into Korean because other 3 panelists are all Korean. So for the sake of more efficient and delicate communication, if you like, we are going to convert our language mode into Korean. And let me introduce Ian de Cruz. Ian is now a director of a very unique organization called called Partnering for Green Growth and Global Growth. So many G's here. And Ian is basically originally from Australia, and he studied at the University of Western Australia and Australian Graduate School of Management. And his organization, P4G, is a new initiative to support innovative public-private partnership for the new economy and for our future. Why don't you watch Ian's pre-recorded video for 5 or 6 minutes? Okay.
Thank you, Korea, for giving us an opportunity in P4G to talk about P4G's venture capital approach to driving change in climate action and also the Sustainable Development Goals. P4G has a unique approach to doing this, working in 3 particular ways. 1, investing in partnerships. 2, driving this change on the ground, working with these partnerships. And 3rd, uniting these partnerships with high-level convening with our 12 partner countries and 6 international organizations. P4G is looking to fill an important gap in the missing middle between the development agendas and the investment agendas, taking these partnerships as catalytic capital to ultimately drive market transformation. This is what we call our venture capital approach. In this decade of action, we are fortunate to have countries like Denmark, Netherlands, and Korea walking the talk in what they're doing domestically to build back better and greener. You can see these series of net zero commitments made, Korea with its Green New Deal doing important work domestically. We have this great opportunity in Korea to show how you can take some of your expertise working with your entrepreneurs in Korea to connect to smallholder farmers in Ethiopia. You're doing this in a partnership called Agroforestry for People, Peace and Prosperity. It's an excellent example of helping a local community in livelihoods, bringing renewable energy to them, and bringing reforestation in degraded lands at scale, and providing a revenue stream through the sale of coffee in Korea. So for Korea, we've given you a practical example of how you're already bringing about domestic reform that can apply internationally. Here are 3 areas that P4G sees that you could do this in Korea through industry and through companies that also are in areas P4G is working on. The first is getting to the Zero Coalition. You have a huge shipping industry and construction industry here in Korea, providing the potential for going down a zero emissions path. We also have in P4G Danish companies who are very interested in using their shipping logistics companies like Maersk to be part of that value chain and bringing that also for our emerging economies in Indonesia, Mexico, and South Africa to be part of this coalition of change happening. This is a wonderful opportunity to bring corporates like Daewoo, Hyundai, and Samsung into such a partnership that is a win for these developing countries to get the best low emissions technology with the ability to do so in a way that creates jobs and investment and development also in Korea. The second opportunity we can talk about is e-mobility and transport. Korea has a wonderful automobile industry, and we in P4G see there's the cusp of change, whether that's in zero emissions energy from electrification of transport or potentially through green hydrogen energy. And this is an opportunity we are already utilizing in Colombia, in cities like Bogota, and there's emerging interest of this happening in Indonesia and Kenya. Again, huge automobile companies like Hyundai, like Kia, like LG, can all be part of the creation of these batteries for the future, these smart cities of tomorrow with this network of energy and transportation coming together. Final example, sustainable special economic zones, is the creation of these green manufacturing hubs, which we understand in Korea, you're looking to retrofit your industrial zones with these circular economy principles of renewable energy, resource productivity, zero waste. These are things we're working on already in countries like Nigeria, Ethiopia, and Kenya. And so again, bringing some of the best of technology in Korea with our countries in Kenya, in Ethiopia, and South Africa to bring about a new green manufacturing hubs in areas like apparel and agricultural processing are the opportunities that we have. As you can see in this slide, we have President Moon, who was at the summit in Copenhagen in 2018, our inaugural summit. And we're so pleased that Korea has graciously decided to host the summit in 2021. This is a terrific opportunity for us in P4G to share with you these innovative new business and finance models that drive inclusive growth, sustainable development, and climate change action. And it's an opportunity for Korean corporates and industry and investors to partner with these most prospective partnerships to really scale these ambitions and really be a stepping stone to COP26 as well. Here in P4G, we're very excited by these new innovative business and finance models of tomorrow. We think there's a narrative to build back better and green in this decade of action. We are fortunate to have leading countries in our ecosystem like Korea, Denmark, and Netherlands doing that domestically. We invite you to work with us internationally as well, and we look forward to seeing you in Korea for the 2021 summit. As we say in P4G, we are always, in all ways, better together.
Quite short, but quite impactful video clip with many Korean cases as well. So let me speak in Korean from now on. 아까 말씀드린 대로 지금 오늘
From now on, we have the real-time participants, and all three of them are Koreans. The materials are written in English, but the presentations will be made in Korean. The second speaker would be Mr. Sung-hoon Kim, professor of KAIST Business School.
He is working as a professor at KAIST College of Business, and he is an expert in smart energy, and he worked in Samsung Electronics and Iljin Electric Co. and also KT. He has been doing a lot of work at these companies as the head of energy-related departments. I would like to now pass on the mic to Mr. Kim. Yes, my name is Kim Sung-hoon. I'm a professor at KAIST College of Business. Today, I want to talk about why we need startups in the field of green energy and what kind of measures we should take to succeed in the field of renewable energy. I think you might have all felt that there is a transformation in industrial paradigm. Now we are shifting to an ICT-based convergence system. For the past few years, ICT grew significantly, and it destroyed the boundary between industries. Finance, electronics, retail, automobiles, as well as other conservative industries such as the energy sector are no exception to this convergence trend. Especially IoT, big data, and cloud capabilities are growing rapidly. So using these capabilities, these industries are also participating in green energy businesses. And this is also in line with the evolution of human civilization. As you know, with the introduction of nuclear energy, it seems like we don't no longer need to think about energy shortage. However, after the introduction of nuclear energy, we introduced the development of renewable energies. However, renewable energies are not widely used yet. And we are introducing these concepts such as negawatt, which is a concept that considers energy saving as power generation. And we also have the electricity saving and storage system. So for these new concepts to secure economic feasibility, we need these kinds of smart energy platforms. As you can see from this slide, smart energy platform is composed of energy big data, cloud, and energy IoT. So the renewable energy ESS and electric vehicle and EMS and demand response sectors, these are the sectors that would be contributing to the optimization of production and trade. So on this smart energy platform, two-way communication is possible, and that leads to intelligent photovoltaic power generation system and VPPs, and also creation of new business models. 70% of solar energy power plants are small to medium-sized, so systematic management of these plants is not possible, and that is significantly reducing the efficiency of these plants' operation. Of course, it is important to establish a good photovoltaic power plant in the future. However, managing existing plants is also an important area. So if we utilize the smart energy platform, we can come up with some solutions. For example, we can connect these photovoltaic energy plants with the internet and monitor the power generation status using the internet. Then that can lead to new business models such as before and after service. And also through accurate prediction, we can also aggressively pursue the macro aggregation service. Many startups are now entering this field of smart energy, which was previously known as an area which is dominated by only large conglomerates, and these startups are now emerging as unicorn companies. So if you take a look at this slide, starting from 2009, with the introduction of Bloom Energy, companies such as Airbnb, Uber, and Zoom, all these startups have become unicorn companies. And also in Korea, we have more than 20 unicorns, such as Yanorja and Coupang and so on. However, in the green energy sector, we do not have a single unicorn company. So Korea has launched the Green Startup 2000 project, and we are going to grow 2,000 unicorn companies by 2025. So the Republic of Korea has now an environment where startups can launch their business in the green energy sector. If we want to succeed in this field, we need to really cater to the concerns and needs of clients. And many startups are coming up with creative value propositions and unique profit models, and they manage to succeed. And also in many startup contests, they are offering convincing value propositions and good profit models. But still, many startups fail to overcome the death valley and disappear from the market. And the reason is because for sustainable development, these startups must innovate the way they operate in a continuous way. And I think in this field of green energy, I think the use of the smart energy platform that I introduced in the outset of my presentation can be an option. So the startups in the green energy sector, I hope these companies can grow into not only a unicorn, but also a decacorn business. Thank you very much, Professor Kim. I am also a professor of business administration. So I am very much interested in these new business opportunities that can be created by startups and how societal challenges can be addressed by these startups. So probably that is why I was asked to moderate this session. And in that regard, I think Mr. Kim's remark was very insightful, and it provided many background information about startups. And now I would like to move on to the next speaker, who is Mr. Kim, CEO of MYSC.
So MYSC is an investor community that identifies, discovers, and visits in startups. He is CEO of MISC, Merit Year Social Company, and in the area of social impact investment, I think it would be one of the first of its kind. Currently in Korea and Asia, they are discovering and nurturing many social startups. So today we will have an opportunity to listen to his experiences in depth. So Mr. Kim? So good afternoon. I would like to thank everyone for participating. And I would like to talk about today how green business can be connected with impact investment and social ventures. Unicorns were mentioned earlier today, but it can actually move on to becoming just a unicorn and have realistic social impact. So we were established a couple of years ago, and we are providing financial consulting and various different aspects in investment. So some of the companies that we invest in include environmental companies because we want to deliver the world imagined by impact investment. And today, building back better was mentioned also as well, but that was a point that we were contemplating on as well. So we want to drive a better world with impact investment. And we have a company that we invested in. They passed the regulatory sandbox, and they are currently being verified, and they are the only climate change related finance company to have entered this stage. One of the important aspects is acceptance. How do we not exclude the community and benefit together from the benefits of renewable energy? And so if we cannot address this issue, the whole idea of renewable energy may not have effect. So then how can the community residents take part in this process, and how can they also enjoy the fruits of renewable energy? And through the company-brewed energy, some of the acceptance issues that was not addressed by previous innovative energy companies are being addressed. From another company's perspective, as you know, from the ESG perspective, the companies are thinking about how they can enter new blue oceans. So not the current customers, but the non-market and the non-customers need to be attracted by the companies. But however, it is very difficult to come up with realistic plans to do so. In 2015, the INSEAD Business School worked together with Accenture to have a workshop, and I participated in this workshop. And the cost was around $10,000 for 3 days, and the theme was social venturing. Unilever, Barclays, MasterCard, Intel, Coca-Cola. You see the logos here. The high-level management participated in this workshop to get ideas on how to develop innovative business models, and they wanted to start from an environmental and social perspective. So when I participated here in 2015, I realized that why many companies are paying interest to social enterprises for new business models. And one of the maps that we drew before was this one. So the circle has a multinational company on the bottom right. So this company was sailing through the Atlantic and the Pacific Oceans. However, that ocean has become a red ocean, and that means that this boat needs to go to the coastal areas where it is still blue. However, from the multinational perspective, it is very difficult to navigate the coastlines, because it's their non-market area, and they need to think about how to generate profit from this non-market area. And on the left, you see a very small speedboat, which is a social enterprise. And it's a very small entity, but it can be very quick. And so they can quickly navigate whether there is possibility in market making in this area. And so the green business still may be ambiguous, but it has great potential in the perspective that this speedboat is the ESG area. We are designing and developing these type of projects with large corporates in Korea. We have partnered with SK Innovation since last year to think about how to work together with these social ventures and how to support the markets that are being made by social enterprises by support from large corporates. And more than 100 social business projects were identified, and 4 projects have been selected. And SK and our company together has made impact investment in these 4 companies. So in INJIN, there is the thermal power plant, and in INJIN, there's the wave power generation company. We have seaweed-based alternative package production companies, and we also have hydro power generation companies. And they have become quite notable in terms of performance. INJIN is a wave power generation company. The wave power still has not been fully commercialized yet, but if it can be commercialized, it can generate fixed amount of energy regardless of the weather, so it can become high quality energy source. However, the wave power generation was only installed offshore, far away from the coast, so the cost was very expensive. However, INJIN, based on world-class technological level, they were able to collect wave power around the coastal lines. And they are planning to IPO in 2022. And this project is also being pursued in Vietnam, creating a carbon-free island there. And we are working together with this company. I believe that from the many different perspectives on green investment, definitely those projects will require finance and resources. And it can be connected with the blue ocean of existing companies, and it can be supported with the resources with the existing companies. And these social enterprises then can be a forward-looking indicator. And with cooperation with large corporations, I think there will be more possibilities to scale up their operations. And so I believe this is the positive impact that the connection with large corporates can have on social investment. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kim, for the presentation. The MISC is making quite broad investment, not just in climate change area. However, they have been able to discover prominent companies with great potential in this area, and so I hope we will see more successful cases in the future. So next, we have a company who is headed to become a unicorn, and we have from Envelopes, a startup, Ms. Jin-soo Kang.
Well, I'm not familiar with these cutting-edge technologies, so I received recommendations from here and there, and SK Innovations was one of them. SK Innovation is actually focusing on this startup called Envelopes, and I was recommended to contact Ms. Kang Jin-soo, who studied in Germany, and she has the experience of working at Fraunhofer Institute for Solar Energy Systems, which Korea is trying to benchmark a lot, and now she is a member of Envelopes, which is a startup based in Korea. So I would like to pass on the microphone to her. Yes, good morning, everyone. Yes, let me start my presentation. Yes, I am Kang Jin-soo. I am working as a team leader who is responsible for solar energy at Envelopes, and it is a great privilege for me to participate in this conference as a speaker. Today, I want to talk about agrivoltaics as a climate change adaptation technology, and also other renewable energy project developments that are going on in our company Envelopes. Globally, arable land is decreasing over the world due to many reasons. It decreased by more than 60% for the last 60 years. And 60% of the arable land is going down also in Korea. And as you can see, these are because of excessive development, urban sprawl, and other artificial human-caused reasons, and also climate change and desertification are some of the reasons why the arable land is reducing. And also the concept of dual land is attracting a lot of attention. Agrivoltaic is a concept where the land is used both for agricultural purposes and also for power generation purposes. And the Fraunhofer Institute in Germany first introduced this concept. As you can see from this slide, in France and in Germany and in the United States, from 5 years to 6 years back, these systems are in implementation, and in an extreme climate change scenario, these crops which are growing below the solar panels are showing better crop yields. For example, in the first case, which is based in France, they are considering agrivoltaics aggressively because the temperature during the summer season is going up fast, and in the southern part of France, they are having difficulties in growing their grapes, and that is why they are considering agrivoltaics as a solution. As I explained earlier, agrivoltaic is about pursuing agricultural use and power generational use of land, and that can also lead to better land usage efficiency, and also it can prevent water evaporation and soil erosion, and it can also create a canopy effect from heat. And also, vinyl house and smart farm and smart water management can be easily installed in this area. At the same time, as we can implement this concept of energy generation in agricultural areas, we can pursue balanced regional growth as more young people will be going to these rural areas. And there are also other benefits as well. For example, we can protect crops from insects, and also this can be applied to other industries such as livestock industry and so on. Our company, Envelope, is aimed at providing stable energy sources in SIDS countries, and we are carrying out various renewable energy projects. So let me introduce about those projects. Envelopes was first established in 2018, and we are engaged in renewable energy project development, project financing, and other OEMs. Our CEO is Mr. Yoon Sung, and we have in-depth experience if you take a look at the members of our company. So we have solar energy experts, water resource experts, and we have carried out many projects in SIDS and LIDS, and we are closely cooperating with advisors who are in this field. These are some of the projects that we have carried out in the past or we are currently carrying out. So we are working with KOICA, Fiji Development Bank, and GCF. And we are establishing a 6-megawatt water power generation plant in Indonesia. And also in Fiji and Indonesia, we are providing biomass consulting, and we are providing technological recommendations in other countries as well. And I would like to share a case that we aggressively pursue. This is the case of Fiji 4-megawatt agrivoltaic project in Ovalau. As you can see, the land size was 5 hectares, and the size of this plant was 4 megawatts. The project cost was, including loans, it was $1.6 million US dollars. And the project start is scheduled in 2021, and we hope to start this project by the end of next year. And with this as a start, we hope to expand this project in other countries such as Vietnam, and by 2025, we hope to create 55 megawatt agrivoltaic projects in other ASEAN countries. This concludes my presentation. Thank you very much. Ms. Kang, thank you very much. Among the changes that we are seeing nowadays, I think responding to climate change and energy-related issues, many companies are approaching these issues as an issue of compliance. Of course, many businesses say that they will do more, but in reality, it is not really easy for them to pursue a massive change in their operation. So it seems like these businesses are busy trying to meet the requirements or calls from the society. But going forward, probably businesses will be considering these response to climate change and energy issues can actually lead to real business opportunities. And I think startups are better positioned in this area because large companies would have to build partnership to scale up their green projects. So I think cooperation within the private sector would be necessary, and despite the COVID-19 situation, I think these activities are very brisk in the Korean market. We have about 15 minutes, and we do not have Mr. Ian here, and we have 3 panelists or presenters for this session. So we will be having discussion with the 3 presenters. I would like to first start with Mr. Kim Sung-hoon. I didn't know that there was a plan to nurture 2,000 green startups. Well, we are challenging ourselves with these initiatives, and if these plans to work, I think the government has to cooperate with the private sector. So in that regard, could you share some real case examples? The Green Startup 2000 project was recently announced by the government, and we do not have detailed plans yet. The detailed plans were not announced. However, I think this plan can be realized because direct or indirect investment is needed to nurture to develop these startups, and we have a 300 billion won worth of venture fund prepared for this project. And as the government is implementing K-Green New Deal, it is trying to nurture 100 relevant companies. Of course, these 100 companies are not actually startups, but this group of 100 companies include also large companies. However, I think if this becomes a starting point, maybe more startups will be able to get access to large companies, and they will start cooperating with each other. And I also started my business in the field of ESS, and as a CEO of a startup company, I see more opportunities in this field. With Root Energy, I'm working with this company to create a financial platform, and also with solar platform and ICT-based green energy startups. Many players in this field are already actively working. So if these plans are materialized, probably we'll have to wait and see if these plans will be actually realized or not. However, I do not think that these are just words. We already have a venture fund, so I believe that these plans will be realized. Yes, I hope young people who are aspiring to start a startup could join this market.
Mr. Kim has experience with a diverse array of startups. You are not just investing or nurturing ESG startups. You focused on that today. In relative terms, maybe, do you think which area would be abundant of business opportunities in the business? Do you believe that ESG is one of them? Do you believe that this has great business potential in the future? And what are your grounds for thinking that way? Thank you for your question. So when we look at the team, we don't just focus on the investor perspective. One of the important benchmarks that we use is in a certain industry, what is the industry opinion on the industry leader? So investor perspective, they have to think about the exit strategy. So in that perspective, the startups, can they be financially meaningful? So this would be the question that they ask themselves. But industry, like SK Innovation, goes beyond the framework of success and failure. They prioritize the attempt for innovation. And because the user may end up being in that industry, the industry opinion, I believe, is very important when we discover and nurture startups. Impact investors like ourselves and large corporate strategic partners, strategic investors and financial investors all need to have the same fit when investing in these startups. And as you know, the ESG, the environment aspect, has already been investment focus for decades. And so quantifying and qualitative indicators have all developed significantly. However, the social area still needs progress. For the environment perspective, how much cost that can be reduced, or what is the yield? So these numbers can actually support environmental projects more recently. And from large corporate perspective, I think it makes their investment decision easier. I mentioned earlier today our partnership with SK Innovation, and we have discovered many startups. And some of them are basically one-person-owned company or self-employed companies. They do not have a sophisticated financial statement, so it would be quite impossible for large corporates to invest in these companies from an investor perspective. However, if we look at it from a different perspective, the opportunities, the business prospects, and industry opinion, I think it can bring about different results. So fundamentally, this is a global business. And the technological level, the capacity, the ecosystem of local startups, do they have competitiveness? So I think we have been fortunate. The startups that we invested in and that we have nurtured related to green business all have many overseas expansion plans. So in Korea, if you just think about the Korean market, it is difficult to make bold investments in that startup. But if you can expand your views to Southeast Asia, to North America, to Europe, then I think it makes your project much more attractive. We talked about ENG, the wave power company. There are only 2 to 3 companies globally who are in this field. One of those 2 to 3 companies is ENG. And so in that respect, this company is at the technological frontier. And I believe that Korea can be competitive because there are significant funds being supported by the government. And I think it's possible that technical frontier players can come out from Korea. I would like to give the same question to Professor Kim.
So what's your take, Mr. Kim, regarding the competitiveness of Korea? In 2018, the global ESS market, Korea's market share was 45%. It was unbelievable. Probably this was due to the government's policy support, but it was surprising to an extent that we cannot help but doubt whether this will happen again or not. However, because of the privacy issue, we lost the golden time. ESS can be viewed as a conventional energy industry. However, if we converge ESS with ICT, then it can address many problems related to renewable energies and it will contribute to the rationalization of smart grids. However, there are some issues such as the economic feasibility, so probably it will not be realized in the near future, but battery price will drop by about 40% in 3 years' time. And when that happens, even without government subsidies or support, many renewable energy plants will be using ESS. So in that regard, in order to become a global player, I think a reference is important. Past experience is important. Companies have experience in creating 1 megawatt or 10 megawatt power generation, and many Korean companies have these experience cooperating with countries like the United States. So I believe Korean businesses already secured competitiveness on the world stage. Thank you very much. Now I would like to move on to Ms. Kang Jin-suk. In Ian's video, there was a mention about public-private partnership. So I heard that you entered into the Fiji market working together with KOICA. Is that correct? Yes. So how did that happen? And what kind of help did you get? Do you have any advice to the aspiring startup owners? Yes, this project was originally related to Fiji Development Bank or FDB. So FDB and KOICA started working together first, and we carried out the feasibility study together with KOICA using the KOICA fund and the Korean government's fund together. And we started this process starting in 2018. And that was chosen as a GCF project last year. For ESS, KOICA was responsible for financing, and our side we were using the development capacity that we had in Fiji. The person in charge of this Fiji project at our company had a lot of experience in developing projects in Fiji. So we were in charge of doing the activities that we do not have much experience in Korea, and our employees visited Fiji once every 3 months and closely worked together with the social and environmental organizations there. And we worked on this project in such collaborative manner. And the lessons we learned through this project was that I think we were able to well utilize the capacity that we have in an unfamiliar context. And we provided technical support for this project instead of providing funding for this project. Together with international organizations such as Fraunhofer Institute, we were able to improve the technological aspect of this project. Of course, GCF was providing the funding, but there were some gap in technology, and in order to fill that gap, we decided to work with international organizations and institutes, and that was a lesson that we were able to learn. Thank you. So, have you attracted a lot of investment for this project? Yes, we are still in the process of that. And by the end of this year, we will be able to complete that process and we will be able to launch the project next year. That is our plan. Yes, I think the role of an investor is very important.
So it brings me back to impact investment. Impact investment is increasing significantly. So my understanding is that when money is concentrated, it's not just about investment, it also starts to have influence on the society. And then there are institutions that can become GP, and there are institutions that have LP roles as well. And they, of course, can think about capital gain. So capital gain and social impact, are they both important, or is it still the capital gain investors focus on? I think you would be the one to ask. Can you give us maybe a little bit more clear picture on this? The envelopes, I met with the company before, and it is a company that we are continuously monitor, and we would like to continue that relationship and give you some feedback in the future. In the renewable energy, the VC credit reviewer, they, I don't believe, have deep understanding of climate change and environmental impacts yet. So Engine, Root Energy, we have positive feedback on them. But when we introduced these companies to other VCs, the response was not the same. And Professor mentioned earlier, but Korean companies, their global competitiveness, the Korean government reference has very strong influence. But at the same time, it can have negative impact as well, because if the administration is changed or if the policy changes, it can become huge risk to the companies. So the VCs that I met, when they think about the administration changing to a new political party, they are not sure whether these policies will continue. But that's an external factor that companies cannot control themselves, so that can be seen as a risk. But in principle, I believe that VC credit reviewers, investment reviewers need to be more educated on climate change and environmental issues. And from LP perspective, strategic investment will be their first reason for investment. For them to be focused on capital gains, this business requires long-term investment. So it cannot be the short-term objective that they are focused on. And so there may be some operational or strategic needs, I think, that moves their investment decisions on these type of companies. When we create funds and make the proposals, the LPs seem to be able to accept these. Other than the strategic investors, there may be some financial investors who are looking at these type of investments, but large corporate strategic LPs, CVCs, other than these type of interest parties, I don't believe that there are many others who will be interested in making these type of short-term investments for capital gains.
Well, to my understanding, there is no additional question, and we are behind our schedule. We had a lot of presenters, so I thought that maybe it would be hard to manage the time, but because you were all on the point, we were able to finish as scheduled. And I would like to thank all the presenters, including Mr. Ian De Cruz. And with that, we would like to wrap up this session. Thank you very much for your participation.
Thank you all for your presentations and discussion. It was especially interesting to explore how local green startups can develop into unicorn companies and how some of the factors to boost that, such as innovation and international cooperation, already exist in Korea. So I think this is a very heartwarming sign for green business creation. Now we will move on to Plenary 4, which will begin now. Plenary 4 will be research presentations by students from the KAIST Graduate School of Green Growth, and this plenary will be in two parts. Part 1 of Plenary 4 will be divided into 5 Zoom sessions covering the themes of corporate environmental management, green consumer behavior, IT and sustainability, market and technology policy, and sustainable development and finance. Please join the session you are most interested in for the opportunity to speak with the researchers behind the project and to ask them questions. These sessions will run for 50 minutes, and you are encouraged to join other sessions too. The research presentations were uploaded to the official website of the KAIST Graduate School of Green Growth in the week running up to the conference. These videos will remain on the website until Sunday, 29th of November. If you are interested in finding out more about the research, please visit www.business.ac.kr/GSGG. After the first part, we will resume the conference at 1 p.m. with on-site research presentations by current students. So please return to the YouTube channel for 1 p.m. Now, part 1 of Plenary 4 will begin. Welcome back to the 7th Annual Seoul Climate Energy Conference 2020. We will now begin part 2 of Plenary 4. I would like to pass the mic on to the moderator of this session, Ji-young, head of KAIST Graduate School of Green Growth and director at KAIST GSI's Center for Sustainable Development.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon and good morning for some of you connecting remotely. We had a very interesting discussion this morning on many important issues. We need global leadership, of course, and green finance and green business creation, for sure. But we also need scientific understanding of how people behave, how firms operate, and how businesses are created in order to guide policymaking, green investment, and sustainable development. And this is what KAIST, as an academic and responsible academic institution, can do and should do. We had parallel research discussion around the themes of corporate environmental management, green consumer behavior, IT and sustainability, market and technology policy, and sustainable development and finance, which I believe many of you connecting online enjoyed and provided constructive comments. Now, it's session for research presentations from KAIST students. We have 4 graduate students working on green business and policy issues. Please give them good comments and encourage them to continue to pursue academic undertaking. In this session, if you have any comments or questions, leave message in YouTube chatting box. I will collect those comments and ask presenters to respond between their presentations or at the end of this session. So with that, let us welcome our first presenter, Mr. Shim Jae-ung, for his interesting research. Mr. Shim, the floor is yours.
Share the slides here. So, can you guys see my slides now?
Yes.
Okay, great. So let me begin. Hello, as Ji-young introduced, I am Jae-young Shim, a PhD candidate at KAIST College of Business, and today I'm going to share my ongoing research titled On the Effectiveness of Smart Metering Technology Adoption, Evidence from the National Rollout in the United Kingdom. So this paper is under revision for resubmission at Journal of AIS. So I will be very happy to receive your constructive comments to improve my paper. As you know, all you guys are interested in climate change. So let me briefly explain my motivation. So climate change has become a major threat to humanity. So many governments, including the US or European Union, are adopting smart grid policies. So smart grids indicate information systems enable the power grid to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So they are based on communication of energy information through smart metering technology, which is built in each household, and they inform, real-time information on their household energy consumption amount and expected energy expenses. So they are investing huge amount of money to construct this infrastructure, but recently, these new grids have not sufficiently reached customers yet. So in the UK, the government postponed the rollout policy, and this delay is expected to cause the rise in implementation cost by £500 billion. So many people have discussed is not satisfactory outcomes, but they are mostly focused on penetration rates rather than the reduction in greenhouse gases. So my research objectives are threefold. First is to propose and empirically validate a research model of smart metering adoption and energy saving behaviors. And second is to show how energy-saving motivations interact with information acquisition. And lastly, I aim to provide evidence on the relationship between use of smart metering devices and effectiveness of information on, energy-saving behaviors. Because of time limitation, let me skip this one and briefly introduce my research framework. So, to explain the effectiveness of smart metering adoption on energy-saving behaviors, I relied on the theory of cognitive dissonance. According to the theory, when people observe differences between their prior belief and the reality, they are very eager to reduce this gap. This gap is called dissonance, cognitive dissonance. So they will put more efforts to reduce this dissonance. And in our context, if a household adopted a smart metering devices, then they will observe the differences between their actual adoption and their prior belief on their own consumption. So this would cause cognitive dissonance, and they would try more efforts to reduce this dissonance. So this is how smart metering devices facilitate energy-saving behaviors. In this regard, I proposed that various energy-saving motivations like concern about energy saving, concern about national energy security, or concern about climate change would positively, moderate this relationship. In addition, smart metering devices help consumers by providing information. So consumers can obtain information by monitoring their consumption amounts through in-home displays. So I also proposed that monitoring efforts will positively contribute to this relationship, increasing cognitive dissonance. But this relationship will be nonlinear and what I mean is that the effect of monitoring efforts your marginal effect will be negative. So I tested these hypotheses based on, yearly survey performed by the UK government. In this survey, nationally representative sample of UK households were observed each year, and the research period spans between 2012 and 2016. My major dependent variables, the major outcome is energy-saving behaviors. So this is measured by the sum of the frequency of independent energy-saving behaviors. These are 5 items, specifically 3 of them are wasting behaviors and 2 of them are saving behaviors. And my major independent variable is, smart metering adoption measured by this survey item. Before today, had you heard of smart meters? And if the respondents say yes, then they would answer whether they have smart metering devices or not. This can be validated by, the researchers, UK governments visited each household and measured these items. So I believe that these items are very reliable. In addition, in this survey, they provide, intensity of monitoring behaviors. As you can see here, some consumers look at in-home display occasionally, and others may observe it every day. These energy-saving motivations are used as moderating variables. By this, I mean that the effect of smart metering devices will depend on energy-saving motivations. I also included several control variables like age of female or region or many other things to control for potential confounding factors. As you guys know, my research relies on survey, so I conducted several validation checks for the measurements, and I found that these data are very, very reliable. So I proceed my analysis, and I found that the majority of my hypotheses were supported. Specifically, on average, smart metering adoption is positively associated with energy-saving behaviors. And you can observe that a higher concern about energy saving is negatively associated with energy saving increase in energy-saving behaviors. This is because higher concern will be positively associated with their prior knowledge on their own consumption. So information gained from adopting smart meters could be lower. On the contrary, higher concern about climate change was positively associated with the increase in energy-saving behaviors. This is because, even when the amount of the gap between their prior belief and actual consumption is same, pro-environmental consumers want to be more pro-environmental than others. So if they observe this gap, then they will feel, themselves as a little bit hypocritic or bad feeling about themselves. So they will be more motivated to reduce this gap. So this concern is positively associated with the effect. Lastly, my last hypothesis was about the moderating effect of monitoring behaviors. I found that moderate monitoring effect has a positive additional gain of energy-saving behaviors, but when consumers monitor in-home displays every day, it has no significant marginal effects. And this is not surprising because, smart metering devices provide information, but this information is not very complicating or requiring significant learning. So people can gain the information gain very easily when they observe occasionally, but even though they monitor every day, their information does not improve significantly. And this is why I observe nonlinear effects. I also conducted several robustness checks to validate my findings, such as matching approaches or placebo tests or using different ways or different techniques, and I found consistent results. And I also examined whether the current distribution of smart metering devices is close to optimal or not. And I found that these metering devices have adopted by households who would gain little increase in energy-saving behaviors. This means that consumers who are interested in energy issues would be more likely to adopt smart meters because they are interested. They will try their best to increase their energy efficiency, but actually, this device helps consumers through improving energy information. So these consumers may have already higher level of knowledge on their own consumption, so they would gain less. So policymakers should consider optimal households to achieve, higher reduction in greenhouse gases rather than to achieve higher penetration rates of smart metering devices. Actually, this work is in progress, and there are several limitations or ways to go to improve. So I will be very happy to receive comments after the session. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for this nice presentation. Okay, so I'm reading now the chatting box from YouTube. I don't see any comments coming in. So just quick question to Mr. Shim Jae-woong. So your finding actually, can I say can I summarize very briefly that people is already doing what they need to do. So in targeting smart meter adoption, the policymakers should be very, very careful. Is that your main message?
Yes, correct. So as you can see here, consumers who were already aware of energy issues are making their best efforts to reduce energy, as you mentioned. So actually, installation of smart metering devices is very costly. It's about 200 euros per household. So it's very costly, but policymakers don't seem to consider the cost and benefits for each household. So we need to consider to achieve the maximum reduction in greenhouse gases.
Okay, thank you so much. Very, very, very interesting presentation. This is why we need scientific understanding about the consumer behavior to better guide public policy making. I think this is a very good example. Okay, now the next speaker is Mr. Lee Myung-hun Shi, will be presenting his work on technology adoption policy. Now the screen is yours. Yep.
Okay, first let me share the screen. Okay, do you see the screen?
Yep.
Okay, let me start my presentation. Hello, this is Myung-hun Lee, and I am PhD student at KAIST Business School. I'm very glad to make a presentation today, and I will talk about my research, which is about the optimal government subsidy policy. In many countries, government runs several programs to support the development and the purchase of the green technology products, such as electric vehicles and solar panels. And one very important aspect of these programs is that the money that the government can pay is limited, because the government has to spend for other sectors, such as healthcare, military, and other infrastructures. So the government expenditure toward the green industry has to be limited. So the goal of this research is to determine the optimal policy for the government, how to use the limited budget smart. Now, I will show you some examples how the government supports the green technology. Government often use two instruments to support the green technology. The first instrument is the subsidies or incentives to the cost-reducing R&D project, which we call it technology push policy. And the second instrument is the direct incentives to the customers, which we call it demand pull policy. And solar industry is a good example. In the United States, US government supports the R&D of firms producing solar panels, and they provided about $31 million for the development of solar panels. And the customers who purchase the solar panel system can get a tax rebate up to 26% of the total installation cost. The first research question is about the allocation of limited budget between the two instruments. First one is R&D, and the second one is the purchase subsidy. Also, the market environment changes over time. Korean government is reducing the amount of money that goes to the EV customers, and other countries like US, China, Japan, and many European countries are also reducing the amount of incentives to the solar panels and the electric vehicles. So I analyzed how should the government adjust the amount of subsidies over time as a second research question. And another important aspect of these R&D projects is that there's a technology spillover for the investment. If a firm spends money for a better technology, competitor can simply learn from that technology with just a lower amount of investment. So the third question is to identify the optimal government policy when the competition and the technology spillover exist in the market. So for an analysis, I utilized game theoretic models for the analysis. I introduced 3 players, a government, and 2 competing manufacturers. To describe the competition between the firms, I used chrono competition model, where the customer characteristic is represented by an inverse demand function. In my model, demand goes down as the price goes up, and demand goes up as the price goes down. So given the circumstances, manufacturers try to maximize their own profit, and the government tried to maximize the market consumption by spending the budget. Now I will introduce 3 interesting results of my analysis. I found that when the government allocates the limited budget between the two, the first one was R&D and the second one was the purchase, then I found that it is optimal for the government to provide more subsidies to the R&D when the budget is tight. Otherwise, if the government can provide large amount of subsidies, then it was optimal to subsidize the customer purchase instead of R&D. This is because purchase subsidies and R&D subsidies are substitutes for an R&D investment. Also, purchase subsidy is relatively expensive. R&D subsidy gives direct incentives to invest on R&D to the manufacturers. But the purchase subsidy do not directly give an incentive to invest on R&D. Instead, manufacturers tend to increase the price to benefit from more demand, rather than producing more or invest on R&D, especially when the budget is tight. By the way, when the government has a large amount of budget, government can spend lots of purchase subsidy, and it not only boosts the customer demand. This makes the firms to invest on R&D aggressively, even if the government provides less amount of R&D subsidy. And the second research question was about the adjustment of subsidies over time. And I found that it is optimal for the government to provide more amount of money when the market potential is small, and provide less if the market is big. This is because the purchase subsidy is evenly paid to all the customers. When providing large amount of subsidy to the bigger market, customers that are willing to buy the product, even without the subsidy, would also get a grant. And the money is wasted without making any extra demand. So the government can use the budget more efficiently by providing more in the earlier stage of the market. And the last result is about the effect of technology spillover. One might think that more subsidy has to be paid when the technology spillover is high, because the amount of cost reduction is larger when the firms do R&D in the existence of strong spillover. But my analysis show that this is not always, and this is the end of my presentation, and I'll be expecting for comments or questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So let me, before we go to the next, let me ask one quick question. So just to, just one question is, giving more subsidy, higher subsidy in early stage of technology adoption. No, that is already well-known understanding in the government subsidy program. But what you found is how does your finding distinguish from earlier studies in terms of the subsidy profiles over time? What do you think is your new finding?
Well, that's true. Actually, the government are reducing the amount of subsidies to the EVs and the solar panels as the market majors. It's well-known to already well known to many people. But I studied the interaction between technology spillover and the market development. When the technology spillover exists, then the manufacturers will tend not to invest on R&D in the existence of high technology spillover in the earlier market. And higher subsidies to the earlier market might resolve this kind of strategic underinvestment decisions of the R&D. So the difference from the common knowledge is that I studied the correlation and the interactions between the technology spillover.
Great, great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is why we do research. So new understanding, new science into policy. Okay, so next speaker is Min-Hyung Lee from KAIST. So Min-Hyung Lee, floor is yours.
Okay. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, yes, very clearly.
Okay, then I'll start. Good afternoon, I am Min-Hyung Lee, a PhD candidate from KAIST. From now on, I will start my research presentation on the theme of the impact of shared bicycles to the local market area. In the 21st century, bicycles are in the limelight as a means of transportation that is environmentally friendly and good for health. The interest and the utilization rate of bicycles is steadily increasing in Korea as well. According to the report released by the Korea Institute of Transportation in 2017, currently about 1,340 people ride bicycles regularly in Korea. It is said to be 33.5% of the population. Of these, about 3.3 million people ride bicycles every day. In this way, the trend of increasing bicycle utilization and the rapid introduction of the sharing economy have led to the introduction and rapid expansion of shared bicycle services. There are services like Tarumi in the public sector and Kakao Bike in the private sector. The entry of the shared bicycle services has made the vague short distance travel by public transportation more convenient and made it easier to reach areas where parking is difficult. With this in mind, we thought that shared bicycles have improved traffic access in local market areas, which were relatively inconvenient compared to large commercial districts. Then, what kind of changes have been made by the introduction of shared bicycles? I would like to see if there was any based on the real-world data. Prior to the analysis, I will briefly explain the existing research on the sharing economy. The effect of the entry of sharing economy system has been studied in various areas, such as housing or transportation. In particular, prior studies focused on the impact of sharing economy on the existing industries. For example, monthly sales of the existing hotel industry have declined since the introduction of room sharing service Airbnb. After the introduction of the ride-sharing service Uber, taxi revenues have also declined and the complaint by taxi drivers has increased. Even though it has the effect of eroding conventional industries, there were also researches on the positive societal impact of sharing economy. For instance, the number of drunk driving related accidents has decreased after the adoption of Uber service. In addition, the traffic congestion rate of the roads in the city has been improved after the entry of ride-sharing service, as people use shared vehicles instead of their own vehicles. In addition, it was announced that hiring drivers for shared vehicles also reduced the unemployment rate in areas where the service was introduced. We also looked at the studies on the societal impact of bicycle sharing. Bicycles have been complementary to public transport as the number of people who commute by bicycle continues to grow. As the number of bicycles increased due to the introduction of shared bicycles, the mode share of the bicycles increased and the road traffic congestion decreased. The demand for parking lots also decreased, which helps solving the parking issues. Studies have also shown that the installation of shared bicycle stations near houses can help increase real estate prices in the neighborhood by allowing them to move faster to subway stations or bus stops. Then, what would happen when public shared bicycle stations are adopted in commercial areas like local market after that? To discover this, we first looked for existing research on how local market areas are affected by public transportation access. One study found that the local market area could survive when public transportation came in near the local market area. Moreover, the installation of bicycle lanes is also effective in increasing sales of restaurants on the street. In the case of Salt Lake City, sales in the regional market area increased by 20% after the introduction of bicycle lanes. The traffic access in the local market area is improved by just simply installing a bicycle lane, and the revenues continue to increase. From this, we hypothesized that the sales or revenues of local market areas will increase when a shared bicycle station enters near the market area. To test the hypothesis mentioned above, we utilized the data of 1,744 local market areas in Seoul and the public bicycle service Tarumi. As the dependent variable, we put the average number of monthly sales of stores in each local market area and put the binary variable of shared bicycle installation, the size of the market area, the number of bicycle stations, the distance from the nearest subway station, the floating population, and the average real estate price, and the number of households existing around the local market area, and the mean temperature as independent variable. And also to decide whether the bicycle stations are installed near each market area, we firstly set the criteria of the distance between bicycle stations and the center of the local market areas. We decide 250 meters as the distance standard in order to measure whether or not the shared bicycles are adopted near the market area. Generally, 250 meters is designated as a legal criteria of stations' sphere of influence, so we apply this criteria as well to bicycle stations. We consider that shared bicycles are adopted if station is located within the 250 meters from the center of the local market area. Descriptively, the average area of the local market area in our dataset is 70,000 square meters, which means that the average radius is about 260 meters. Thus, we judge that the selection of standard of 250 meters is appropriate. We also use the propensity score matching technique for a one-to-one comparison between the regions with the shared bicycle stations and the regions without them. From the results presented, we confirm that the matching is conducted properly. I will skip this part due to lack of time. Based on the match data, we employed difference in difference model. We put a binary variable of whether the shared bicycle stations are introduced and whether it was before or after the entry. And we put the interaction term of these two variables as a variable of our interest. We apply the fixed defect model to control unobserved factors. Finally, as a result of the estimation, we confirm that the coefficient of interaction term is 0.025, which is statistically significant. In other words, it can be seen that the number of sales in market areas where shared bicycles are entered will increase by about 2.5% before and after the entry of the bicycle stations, compared to areas where shared bicycles have not been introduced. In order to see this result in more detail in this study, we analyze again with the sample separated by age, customer, gender, and the sales of the day and the industry type. The results by age are as follows. The introduction of shared bicycles had a significant impact on sales for customers in their 20s, 30s, and 50s, and had no effect on the rest of the age group. Next, in terms of gender, only the sales of male customers has a significant effect, and in the case of sales days of the week, there is a significant effect both on weekdays and weekends. But the percentage of sales increasing is higher on weekends than on weekdays. Last, in the case of the industry type, only the restaurant business showed meaningful results, and the service and retail industry showed non-significant results. Bicycles are less convenient for carrying goods and luggage than other vehicles, so the access by bicycle will not be influential in the case of service industry and the retail industry. On the other hand, in the case of restaurant business, it was possible for people to go lightly or casually, so the introduction of shared bicycles was effective. To summarize, in this study, we addressed that the introduction of a shared bicycle station near the local market area would have a positive impact on sales and its heterogeneous effect by customer types, sales days, or industry types. However, we still have a limit in the data is aggregated not by each store but by each local market area, and that the customers who visit stores are not matched accurately with customers who utilize bicycle sharing service. This research suggests several theoretical and managerial implications. First, this is the first study that analyzed the effect of bicycle sharing on market revitalization. Addressing the positive impact of shared bicycles, we extend the research on the benefit of bicycle riding and the positive impact of sharing economy on the society. Moreover, we can suggest that the public sector should consider the local market as well when they decide where to install new shared bicycle stations. We hope that the shared bicycle system will be introduced in the public sector in the direction of increasing bicycle utilization rate and to contributing to help revitalizing the local market areas. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this excellent presentation. Very interesting research. So the entry of bike centers actually leads to the growth in local economy, which I think is very interesting. And also you empirically validate that causal relationship, which I think is very important contribution. And also that will be also very much important for our pursuit of sustainable development in terms of the strengthening the local economy, etc. But I just have one quick question. I mean, the original intention of introducing this bike sharing system, do you think actually this introduction of bike sharing system substituted for the private transportation, actually the policy originally intends to do? Did you find any indication that this indeed actually substituted for the private transportation?
Actually, I'm still working on that part. So I'm going to separate the local market areas according to where is more convenient by the public transportation or by the bicycle sharing systems. Because there are market areas which is really difficult to access by the bus or by the subway. So for that area, the bicycle sharing system will be more helpful. So in the case, I think that the sharing bicycle system will be complementary to them.
Okay.
Or the local market areas where it's still convenient by the public transportation, then the shared bicycle system will be substitute to me. I will definitely consider your opinion when I conduct the additional analysis later.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so our last speaker, Yeonjung Lee, she will be presenting her recent research in this session. So the floor is yours, Yeonjung Lee. Could you start?
Yes, thank you, Professor. Good afternoon. And for those of you in Korea, hope you all enjoyed some lunch. This is Yeonjung Lee. I'm in my first year of Green Business Policy Master's Program, and I'm very honored to present my research today. It's a preliminary research to further understand how climate change adaptation ODA is being rolled out. These are the contents of my presentation. As NDCs are due by the end of the year, I think we're hearing more and more on Paris Agreement. Paris Agreement stressed upon mainly three things: the importance of mitigation, as well as adaptation, and the utilization of climate finance. As climate finance is one of the core aspects that will lead us to sustainable growth, there's much talks around it. According to World Bank, the global economy will need to invest $4 trillion by 2030 to meet the stabilization target. And the developed nation has also pledged to mobilize $100 billion a year by year 2020. Then what is climate finance? The UNFCCC defines it as local, national, or transnational financing that seeks to support mitigation and adaptation actions that will address climate change. The Paris Agreement called for new and additional funds to be channeled. However, if we look at the reality, there is a blurred line between climate finance and existing climate change ODA. Actually, majority of public climate finance flowing from developed to developing countries is said to be in the form of development aid. Whether or not climate finance should be separated from ODA is another important issue to be addressed, but I thought taking a look at ODA flows would also contribute to assessing the status quo of the climate finance. I'd like to shed more light upon the adaptation efforts because of the impact it has on poverty reduction and sustainable development. Simply put, it's more important to the developing countries. Not only more than half of the adaptation ODA is poured into the low-income countries, but also it has proven to synergize with other developmental projects. The adaptation ODA refers to the activities that aim to reduce the vulnerability to the impacts of climate change and related risks by bettering adaptive capacity and resilience. The common belief is that adaptation ODA is not channeled to the right places. Political, economic, and other forces could influence the aid allocations. To better utilize the limited financial resources, we cannot disregard the allocation of funding. Therefore, my question is whether adaptation ODA is efficiently channeled into countries in need. In specific, I'd like to find out if higher the vulnerability and lower the adaptive capacity, more funding is being allocated. Now let me go on to the literature review. Betzold and Weiler already took a similar approach to this problem by asking whether vulnerable countries receive more support. The author set adaptation ODA as the dependent variable and attempted to capture vulnerability and adaptive capacity with various indices. One finding was that vulnerability to climate change did matter for adaptation aid allocation. However, the difference was small in absolute terms. When regarding climate risk index, most vulnerable countries received only $3 per capita more than the least vulnerable ones. However, the analysis didn't show the relevance between adaptive capacity and adaptation aid allocation. Rather, it was biased towards middle-income countries. Next, I'd like to point out two limitations from the research. First of all, the period of the research seemed too narrow. Adaptation marker was recorded from 2010. Thus, analyzing only a few years right after the introduction of the marker didn't seem so convincing. Moreover, I wondered if their findings will have consistency over time. Second is that their proxy for adaptive capacity, GDP, can only capture the affluence of a country. However, adaptive capacity depends on various factors, including education level, perception on climate change, and risk perception. While not everything could be quantified, I'd like to suggest alternating or diversifying the proxy. Taking this in mind, I'll go on to the methodology. To address the previously mentioned limitations, I'd like to conduct my research for a broader period and changing the proxy from GDP to Human Development Index. The HDI captures the affluence with GNI and also takes into account quality of life and education level. However, I didn't include both indices in order to avoid multicollinearity. To elaborate a little on data selection, all ODA data will be obtained from the OECD statistics. I'm only taking into account the bilateral ODA, which was screened for climate change adaptation. And for the regression model, there are 4 independent variables and 2 dummies. The elevation means the percentage of population living below elevation of 5 meters, and it represents the physical risk faced at present. And the Global Climate Risk Index captures the increased frequency and intensity of extreme weather events. This shows the short-term vulnerability from climate change. And the Environmental Vulnerability Index shows the long-term vulnerability from climate change. And lastly, the HDI serves as a proxy for adaptive capacity. Now I'd like to conclude my presentation by briefly going over future directions. I plan to refine the regression model a bit more. Firstly, I'll have to find out if elevation and CRI overlaps as proxies. The authors in the original research did use both in their studies, but I'd like to dig deeper on this issue. Then I'm also considering to segregate the income level among the recipient countries, because we've seen that adaptation ODA had different relations among low income and middle income countries. An additional treatment of the data might be needed to better analyze the results. Then, of course, through appropriate analyses, I'd like to draw relevant policy implications for adaptation ODA. This is all from my side, and thank you for the attention.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The Yeonjung Lee shared her current research progress in this climate adaptation ODA, which I think is very, very important, and she's approaching the right direction, I believe. My quick question to you is, I think you properly captured the components of vulnerability in terms of the exposure, climate exposure, and adaptive capacity as very well. But do you have any plan to incorporate climate sensitivity to climate risks, such as the structure of economy or demographic structure, something like that, which I think is another important element of climate change vulnerability?
Thank you, Professor for asking the question. I would very like to revise the model more, taking into various accounts, and I'll remember to refine the model based on your questions. And also one more point was that I'd also wanted to take resilience into account. However, I couldn't find the appropriate indices yet. There were only frameworks and indices according to the regional level. So maybe further on my research, I could find more appropriate ones to include and better the regression model. Thank you.
Okay, now is Q&A session, discussion session for all of you guys. You can join from YouTube channel. So if you leave your questions or comments, then I will ask presenters to answer those questions. And also because I don't see any comments coming up, so let me ask maybe presenters, our extremely talented presenters, to ask questions to other speakers. If you have any questions, who'd like to start first? Maybe Shim Jae-woo.
Yeah. So I have a question to Byung-hun. Your paper was about government actions and R&D, right? Different effects of R&D and subsidies to pro-environmental or renewable energies, right? Like this, right?
Yes,
so,
you're right.
How about in different contexts like EV? So in that context, governments provide subsidy, and they also provide infrastructure. They may help provide infrastructures like charger stations, or of course I think many firms build their own charger station by themselves, but government may help that kind of thing. So what do you expect that if helping infrastructures would change your results?
Okay, I understand your question. That is very interesting question, and it's a good question. My research was about providing two instruments. I consider two instruments. One instrument was the subsidies to the R&D, which directly benefits the manufacturers, and the second instrument was purchase subsidies to the customers. But the charging station subsidies that you have mentioned is that actually charging stations benefit the customers. So purchase subsidies and the charging station subsidies, these both are related to the customer side. So in my opinion, if I take account the charging station into my model, then I can simply just adjust the customer utility function by just adding up some kind of terms into the utility function. So I think charging station subsidies will act similar as just direct purchase subsidies. And yeah, thank you. I really appreciate your question.
Yeah, that actually was very, very important question. And another way to look at that kind of problem is maybe the frequency or the number of charging stations can increase the utility of consumers as well. So that factor into in a different way, different from the usual consumer goods and services. So I think maybe that also maybe you can improve your model by factoring that aspect into account. Any other question to any of you? Maybe Yanjung Lee, do you have any questions to?
Sure. May I ask a question to Cheung Shin?
Yeah.
This might not be an appropriate question for your paper per se. However, I was wondering the results of your research or the views would change if smart meters become a default. For instance, if we're like building a region with smart meters established from the start, do you think would that change the perception of residents living there? Do you think if you constructed your study between those kind of regions and other regions who doesn't have smart meters as defaults, would it have different results?
I think you are talking about the heterogeneity across regions, right? Yeah. So actually, this is another limitation of my research. My advisor and I contacted the UK government to obtain regional information, but they did not provide us because they said that regional information is so private. So actually, in my model, the indicator of whether the region is rural or urban is collected, but I did not find significant differences between rural and urban, but deeper understanding could be obtained if I have information on the specific regional information, but I was not able to investigate that. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Now we have one question coming up from YouTube. The question is, I think, is made from Karen, and I have a question for Min Hyung's research. Why do you think bike sharing had a greater uptake among men instead of women?
Thank you for your question. I think this is because usually the size of the bicycles are designed for the average people size. So maybe for the females or women, the size of the bicycle could be too big for them, so they will not use it regularly than the man. Or usually the male people ride bicycles more when they were in the teenagers to commute to school. So maybe that's the reason why they the male people ride bicycle more than the female customers. Okay.
So we still have maybe another couple of minutes. Any questions? Maybe Myung-hun or Min-hyung, do you have any questions to other speakers?
I have one question to Cheung Shin. I also study about the energy saving behavior as well. So especially for saving energies, I think that the financial incentives or the pricing system is really important. So how did you consider these kind of things in your research, or do you have any plans to consider the pricing system in UK or the tariff system of the water or the electricity in the UK in the future research?
Well, no, there could be many another directions to extend my research, but the data set was actually constructed not for smart meters. So this was basically intended to measure people's attitudes toward energy policies. So there were only a few items on energy saving behaviors or IT related variables, but I am planning to analyze additional data sets from the United States. I don't have appropriate data set for UK, but I have one for the United States. So it has a lot of variables like ownership of devices, household devices, and the actual level of energy consumption. So I think I can extend my analysis to different contexts in that data set, but I have to investigate further, but not yet. So that's a very great point, and I think it'll be a very good way to improve my paper. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you so much. And any other questions or comments?
May I ask one question to Min-hyung? Is there any evidence that the use of bicycles actually reduces the carbon emissions or the use of other electric cities? Because you're... Yes?
In my research, actually, I didn't consider whether the riding bicycles reduces the carbohydrates or the electricity, but prior researches already have done that the riding bicycle actually reduces the carbohydrate the percentage in the city and the traffic congestion in the prior research. So I didn't consider that because they already conducted in the prior studies. So I just thought that the bicycle itself is very environmental friendly.
Thank you.
Okay. So this finishes up the session, the research presentation session, and we had a very interesting presentation on adoption of smart meter technology for impact and also subsidy and R&D policy and the effect of sharing economy and also allocation of ODA, climate adaptation ODA fund, which I think all of those topics are very much important because we know there is no silver bullet in this climate arena. So we need understanding in every part of economy, in every part of consumer decision making and public policy decision making. So I think the students' research actually advanced our understanding and will advance our understanding about the market and human behavior, and will accelerate our transition to green and resilient economy. Thank you so much, and then stay with us for our next interesting, exciting session. Thank you.
Thank you all for your presentations and discussion. I especially enjoyed this plenary as a means of contextualizing this year's theme of green finance and business creation in the climate crisis era, because I felt the student presentations pay greater attention to other stakeholders outside of businesses, such as the role of governments and consumers. We will now take a break and restart at 2:10 for the final plenary. Please return for then. Welcome back. Last but not least, Plenary 5 will now begin. In Plenary 5, we will hear the voices from young students on the subject of climate change. Let's start Voice from the Young. I would like to welcome our moderator for this session, Kim Hong-jin from Coalition for Our Common Future and the KAIST Center for Sustainable Development.
Thank you, Karen, for your kind introduction. President Kim, Director Kim, Chairperson Yeo, Chairperson and distinguished members in the audience. My name is Hong-jin Kim, researcher at the Coalition for Our Common Future, and a researcher at the KAIST Center for Sustainable Development under the Global Strategy Institute. It is a true pleasure to be moderating the vibrant Voice from the Young session. Building on last year's Youth Green Growth Manifesto, my brilliant team at the Coalition has assembled an exciting cohort of young talents who in their respective areas are preparing to venture into the new climate frontier, changing climate risks into climate opportunities. In this session, we will hear their voices, their success, as well as their struggles. If you have any questions to our panelists, please ask them on the discussion panel on YouTube. I will keep a close eye on it. Now, without further ado, let us hear from my first man, Jack Bath.
Okay, thank you very much for that kind introduction. And hello, everybody. My name is Jack Bath. And today I'm going to be presenting to you a new and ambitious approach to market-based renewable technology transfers, development, and capacity building in developing economies. So, the goal of this mechanism is to upscale sustainable development in renewable energy infrastructure by targeting the supply chain, whilst strengthening trade pathways to ensure economic benefits for all involved. As I'm sure at this point we're all very intimately aware of the emission issue, continued development of developing economies and the emissions resultant thereof are contributing to our speedy approach to the 2-degree limit which we've set ourselves under the Paris Agreement. This image is very well used, but it's one that is true nonetheless. We've already increased the average global temperature by about 1 degree since the late 1970s, Yet the share of renewable resource contributions to electricity production in target countries closely looked at by this mechanism have been falling since around the same time. If we want to slow or reduce temperature change, then these lines need to travel in the other direction. Part of the issue currently is the supply chain. Resources and, in our focus, metals are leaving developing nations without contributing meaningfully to renewable energy development and supporting infrastructure. And a secondary issue related to this is that infrastructure in these nations are not always capable of absorbing
Seems we have run into some bit of a technical problem. We'll fix it as soon as possible. So, Jang Eko Yojong says, "Can't wait to hear the voice from the young." I'm sorry that we only had about less than 2 minutes of that voice, but I can guarantee that a longer, a deeper, and stronger voice will come. So once again, if you have any questions, please upload them to YouTube or any comments. And I think we have it back. All right. So meanwhile, while we fix Jack's situation over there, I'll go right on to Ajay, Kwabena Ajay. He's a lawyer at the Ghana's Youth Employment Agency under the under the Ministry of Labor. So Ajay, please, the screen is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm Kwabena Safweji, Legal Counsel at the Youth Employment Agency Ghana, and a Social Entrepreneurship MBA student at the KAIST College of Business. The Youth Employment Agency is a government agency that has been set up to facilitate employment opportunities for the youth of Ghana. Today, I'll be speaking on youth employment in green sectors in Ghana. Ghana is a West African country with a population of about 30.4 million people. The country is known for its cocoa and mineral resources. Ghana is the largest producer of gold in Africa and the 6th largest producer of gold in the world. Gold mining in Ghana is regulated by the Minerals and Minings Act of Ghana. However, illegal mining in Ghana had become predominant and a menace to the environment. This picture is a picture of illegal mining activities in a forest in Ghana. This is also a picture of a river that has been polluted as a result of illegal mining activities in Ghana. In 2017, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the current president of Ghana, who is also the co-chair for the UN SDG Advocates, was sworn into office. He made a promise to the people of Ghana to stop illegal mining activities and reduce the impact of mining on the environment. A joint police and military task force was set up in Ghana to clamp down on illegal mining activities. Drones were also imported, and some youth of Ghana were trained to man the drones to patrol forests and water bodies. At the Youth Employment Agency, under the leadership of Mr. Samuel Ku and lawyer Justin Kodia, the Youth in Afforestation Program was introduced. The Youth in Afforestation Program is a program that seeks to train some Ghanaian youth on plant nursery and forest plantations in order to reclaim the degraded lands that have been damaged by illegal mining activities. A total of 20,000 youth have been recruited to participate in this program. To incentivize the youth to participate in the program, a stipend of $150 is given to the youth under this program every month. The program has yielded some results. This is a picture of a plant nursery in a district in Ghana. This is also a picture of a 100-acre forest plantation in one of the regions in Ghana. There are 16 regions in Ghana. There's the Ahafo region, and there's a forest plantation in that region. A major challenge of this program is inadequate funding, which has stifled the smooth implementation of the program. To conclude, I believe that the Youth in Afforestation program is an innovative program that seeks to reclaim that lands that have been degraded as a result of illegal mining activities and also provide jobs for the youth of Ghana. However, I also believe that far greater impact can be achieved through a larger program that seeks to educate the youth on climate change issues. Due to lack of understanding and appreciation for climate change issues, a lot of people engage in activities that contribute to global warming without taking remedial action to mitigate the impact of their actions. Words like global warming and climate change are considered mere English terminologies to a lot of people without any significant meaning to them. If the climate change goals we've set for ourselves are to be achieved, we have to invest heavily in making words like global warming and climate change meaningful to the people of the world. This can be achieved through creating awareness and educating people on climate change issues. At this conference, we've heard of investment in technology and finance for green buildings and others, but very little talk of education and awareness creation on climate change issues. As I go back to my country, Ghana, next year, I hope to champion programs that will seek to educate the youth of Ghana on climate change issues and make them conscious of the impact of their activities on the environment. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Ajay. I not only wish you champion those programs, but you yourself become a champion in green growth. You've mentioned that financing is one of the key factors, and I'll have an audience member ask that question to you later on. Thank you. Next, we have two Climate Scout candidates. The first candidate is GLE from Korea University. Sorry, my bad. The first candidate is Julia Lee from the Hankuk University of Foreign Studies, and she'll be talking about energy transition. Screen is yours.
Okay, hello everyone. Could you all see my screen?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, I'll begin. Hello everyone, my name is Jian Li. I'm the member of the Climate Scouts and a student at Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. Today, I would like to talk about the bottom-up approach to energy transition. 8 years ago, I was a middle school student living in New Delhi, India. Blackouts happened for 30 minutes every other day. One day, I went to the Tigri slum in Delhi for a school project, and this is the photo of the project that I conducted. I visited a house with no electricity. They relied on sunlight during the day and candles at night. As of 2020, 5% of the Indian population and 1/4 of the population in Kenya have no access to electricity. In Korea, a single minute of blackout is a disaster. We're living in a country where the entire population has access to electricity. Electricity comes from energy, but we can no longer rely on fossil fuels or natural gas to generate electricity. Those vital resources are running out. Energy transition is an ongoing process around the world, but rapid energy transitions are not sustainable. If we do not act now, the large-scale blackouts may soon be our reality in a couple of years. Last Saturday, the youth went on climate strikes all around Seoul, Busan, Incheon, and even in Jeju. Students demanded the Korean government to strengthen the 2030 greenhouse gas emissions reduction target. Energy policies are not consistent. They change according to the political party in the Blue House. Today, I want to emphasize the importance of social consensus and thorough communication. The public needs to know when the government implements the energy policies. The youth needs to join the discussion, raise their voices, and offer ideas. The professors should participate in forums with the officials and provide tangible advice. As an example, the current government implemented the nuclear power plant phase-out policy in 2017 at a very fast rate. There was no opportunity for the public to understand the aftermath of the policy. In fact, more coal power plants are being built in Korea and also in foreign countries. Professors and college students have come together from 60 universities to slow down the process. Yet, there is no response. What we need is a platform for discussion among the citizens, policymakers, experts, and students. Many citizens are not really aware of the impact of the government's energy policies. In Korea, energy transitions are happening at a national level and regional level. We need workshops conducted in the regional sector that does two important things. First, delivering information, and second, sharing opinions. On November 17th, Cheongju YWCA and the Council of Green Cheongju hosted a citizen workshop for Cheongju-si, Green New Deal, and energy transition. The City Council and 50 participants joined in the workshop. These citizens offered their opinions on the policies and energy projects, and the mayor agreed to make efforts to reflect their views. These citizen workshops must be held in cities 4 times a year before and after the energy policies are made. High school students, college students, and youth environmental organizations should also be present at the workshops. Youth can be experts in energy issues as well. We will not cease to voice out until such communication can be made. We need a bottom-up approach to national and regional energy policies. Thank you. This is the end of my presentation.
Now, one of the most interesting slides in your presentation was the combination or the coalition of youth, citizen, and experts. And I can refer you to the Jeju Green Big Bang Committee. They also have a very similar structure, and they're trying to incorporate youth and expand their roles. Hope you can look into that. And next, we have Jie from Korea University. She'll talk about the interconnectivity between the young and the old through media.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak at such a big conference. Have you heard that Chanel started to issue the Green Bond? I guess not. This is only in the foreign media like Bloomberg and Forbes. Recently, I've been interested in this type of overseas articles, and I'd like to explain the reason why I joined my own movement in media area using the tools that I used to post. I realized that it helps us keep abreast of the world trend and make the public start to be into the environmental issues. For example, when we conduct the online campaign, over 300 participants started to be interested in, and some of them voluntarily enjoyed their small conservation activities in their daily lives. Also, the foreigners could know other countries' policies and try to refer them to solve their country's problem. Moreover, our newsletter service, which introduces the overseas articles in Korean, can improve the access for those who cannot or do not feel like reading them in English. However, unfortunately, it's not easy to see the environmental news over here, especially in the Korean leading media. Unlike our country, Bloomberg, one of the most reputable media in the world, launched a new platform called Bloomberg Green last January. It provides various information such as energy, science, finance, adaptation, politics, culture, and even design. Also, they've released a series of environmental experts' opinions and have a plan to launch the podcast until the end of this year. Thus, I'm a part of youth movement creating a big platform for the foreign and domestic news related to the various climate change issues and reflecting the voice from the young. If you want to look at what the youth do, I encourage you to visit our website. The climate crisis has led young people to behave this way, and we're trying to learn about cross-cutting issues by networking various people through their own ways. Also, we try to solve problems based on creativity, curiosity, and passion. And if we have any questions, we are quickly improving our knowledge through online materials. For example, including me, all members who submit the abstracts to the conference in our organization pass the preliminary round. Most decisively, I mentioned that we are leading many types of projects very successfully. Finally, I'm confident that the present and young generation make a media movement together by invigorating our respective expertise. Also, if the leading media in Korea publish more articles and create a new sector, we can make this together, dealing with climate change issues like Bloomberg Green. Then I promise that try my best to be an ambitious, smarter, more hardworking expert on climate change. I'll end my speech hoping that there'll be more articles and platforms for the future. Thank you.
Well, Jia, I think you already have a fan. Kyuri Cho says, I'm supporting your activities, especially new services. Keep it up. And as a follow-up, you have a question to Jia. What was the most impressive article you read? It will be useful to share with us. You can follow up this comment on YouTube and tell Jang Eko Yojang about your most impressive articles. So moving on, next we have Gina. Gina is also a master's candidate at the KAIST Graduate School of Green Growth. And I think her actions literally speaks louder than her words. So Gina, the screen is yours.
Hello, everyone. Hi, I'm Gina. I'm a student at KAIST Graduate School of Green Growth. And today I want to talk to you about a community for change. This is me when I participated at Greenpeace Break Free from Coal rally in Tangjin, Korea, 2017. This is the day I converted to an environmentally active person. A month after Tangjin rally, I started my own personal project on Instagram called Do Green Project, where I posted my attempts to do one good thing for Earth a day. I was especially concerned about waste and plastic pollution, so I carried a reusable water bottle to avoid using single-use plastic cups, took pictures of trash on the street with the hashtag ugly picture of ugly truth, trying to raise awareness, foster behavior change, and make a difference. But some people told me that I alone can't change the world or make a difference, and that my actions are not worth it. I was lonely and discouraged, but I didn't give up. So I started going to offline events like Zero Waste Meetup, Plastic Attacks, Climate Strike Rally, Energy Transition Festival to find more friends like me. Of course, this was all before COVID-19. When I started talking to people at these events, I felt so good because although we just met, we understood each other's pain, shared the same passion for the environment, and wanted to do something to make a better world. I thought it would be great to have a support group that can mutually help each other become more sustainable. I wondered, how can I communicate with these people on a regular basis? So I created an open group chat named World Without Waste, which anyone can enter the group anonymously and chat using Kakao Talk. Initially, there was 2 persons, one including me, but 2 years and 4 months later, we have almost 700 participants, including adults, students, parents, entrepreneurs, activists, vegans, chatting every day. At first, we were focused on the waste issue about plastic-free, zero waste, and how to properly dispose recyclables, but slowly we broadened our topic to greater planetary concerns such as climate change, environmental policies, vegetarian and veganism, and energy saving and transitions as well. It became a safe place to ask questions, share ideas, success stories, and everyday failures, challenges, and opportunity. It is a community to help each other accountable and sustainable. Additionally, new smaller groups and projects team were made within to make a greater change. For example, we started a consumer activism where we sent back unnecessary plastic packaging such as plastic straws back to where it came from. For our first try, we sent plastic straws back to Mail Dairy Company and received a handwritten letter from Chief Customer Officer promising to redesign their package without plastic straws. Second, we sent the plastic straws back to Namyang Dairy Company, and which resulted in a customer meeting and full-fledged straw return campaign hosted by Namyang. And lastly, the most recent project was to send back plastic cap of Spam, which actually is not to be used for storage, back to CJ 제일제당. This action got the most media coverage, and CJ got rid of the plastic cap in a certain gift set product. Because many conscious people and consumers participated in this return movement together, we were able to get our voices heard, asking the business to change their practices to be sustainable. And they responded. Now we have to keep an eye on them whether they really keep their promises. I couldn't make this change alone. I have 700 other people supporting our cause and acting together to make this change. We need a friend and a community to make a change. But anyone can start a community at your work, with your friends, and with your neighbors. Young adults especially are the building blocks of these grassroots and bottom-up movements and social network. They are willing and able to make part of social movements and actively engage in it to make a difference. Now, we need everybody to get on board. I was a no one until I actually started doing something, but as a proud moderator of a World Without Waste open group chat, I get to give a talk at this Seoul CEC conference, which is a great honor. I just wanted to end by saying, start doing. You can start small. Start something that makes you feel right. Start the change that you want to see, then you'll end up somewhere you've never been before. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Gina. I think your endeavors are deeply rooted even in Oriental philosophy. There's a Confucius book called Jungyong, and the 23rd chapter actually mentions what you're saying. Small changes in behavior impresses other people, and those impressions bring about the change that you want to see in this world. Now, as moderator, I didn't want to give Jack another chance because he supports a different football team. However, because of his excellent contents, we'll give him another chance. What do you think?
All right. Thank you for bearing with me, everybody. I think as much as we can agree with that the climate change issue is unpredictable, technology is probably the unrivaled master of unpredictability. So I'm going to be starting from about halfway through here. And hopefully you're seeing the presentation clearly. So just to really quickly recap, and sorry for the translators who don't have a copy of what I'm about to say. We're basically talking about a global mechanism which aims to tackle issues to do with climate change by targeting supply chains of resources and technology production. So one of the biggest issues we're facing currently is the supply chain. Resources, and in the focus of what we're looking at here, metals are leaving developing nations and they're not meaningfully contributing to renewable energy development and supporting infrastructure. And another part of the issue here is that many of these nations simply lack the capability to absorb renewable technology effectively. Lack of access to electricity, as well as a lack of electrification and efficiency of use, means that investments in renewable projects are less attractive than they otherwise need to be in order to scale up renewable infrastructure. So then how can we begin to solve an issue such as this? Well, firstly, we need to target resource flows and ensure that domestic resources are contributing to the development of domestic projects, rather than simply returning often low levels of financial resources. And secondly, we would look to aim to create an environment in which future investments are more attractive. We can achieve that by developing the necessary infrastructure and conditions to absorb and utilize these technologies, thereby increasing familiarity and ensuring success. We also need to ensure that in targeting supply chains, there are clear benefits for everybody involved. What you're seeing here is an extremely simplified version of the linkages imagined by this mechanism. The burden on renewable technology producers will be too high for them to act alone, and rather they need to be strongly supported by private sector partners, as well as being in receipt of government incentives, as well as ETS benefits in the case of those companies operating within an ETS. The expected benefits of a mechanism such as this are extremely broad, but can be largely placed into 7 categories. The scaling up of extraction, production, and installation by increasing demand, while strengthening trade pathways and eliminating inefficiencies in the supply chain, are critical to our goals. In doing so, we have to enact sustained development as opposed to single-time projects, catalyzing change further. In achieving this, we can open up the opportunity to expand things like electrification and development of expertise as local populations are exposed to renewable technology and are better able to access digital domains. With these foundations in place, we can start to de-risk investments, further catalyzing developments within the partner nations. And finally, with all of these foundational steps in place, the partner nation can look to export their expertise and share their experience with neighboring states, generating trust in the process and bringing social and economic benefits to all involved. Investigating a pilot scheme has been something we wanted to do, and for such a mechanism, there are 5 countries here, all of which are extracting and exporting key metals used in renewable technology production. Zambia, Peru, and Chile in particular are interesting to us as they're exporters of more than one key metal, meaning that we could concentrate our efforts in these nations more fully. As for the use and ability to absorb electricity, well, the range is rather broad, but electricity access in many nations is high and growth in demand is expected as development continues. One problem is a reliance on hydropower, which is troublesome for countries such as Brazil and Zambia, as unpredictable rains and river flows as a result of climate change are decreasing their energy security. The range of issues facing these nations, however, and which mechanisms such as this can solve are far too broad to cover here, but an opportunity here exists, not just to tackle climate change, but to provide social and economic benefits to the people of these nations. We firmly believe that by establishing a mechanism enabling strong returns on investment, but with the betterment of people's lives at its heart, we can effectively tackle multiple issues on multiple fronts. The team working on this issue combines various skill sets and experiences, but we have one clear and cohesive belief. That is a commitment to generating innovative solutions to climate change. We're hoping to expand our team, and we want to bring in like-minded individuals, organizations, and mentors such that we can more fully pursue this ambitious goal for the benefit of all. Thanks very much.
Well, thank you, Jack. I think you have to buy me a beer for giving you extra time. Joking aside, it was a wonderful idea. I noticed that you had a meeting with the GCF. You've consulted them on your idea, and obviously they would have said some good things and some bad things. Could you share with us some improvements that you might make in your scheme?
Definitely. So one of the key pieces of criticism is that we need to more fully identify countries which can absorb renewable technology, as well as thinking about how we might effectively overcome the political barriers of implementing such a scheme. This isn't just true of GCF consultants, but also consultants of representatives from the African Development Bank, as well as some consultants from governments in Central European nations as well. But yeah, definitely targeting the political issues and thinking about how they can be practically overcome will be a big thing for us going forward.
All right, thank you very much. This question is directly from the floor. It goes to Gina. Gina, your movement seems to have grown in a very short time. Do you think that there are business opportunities that this will expand farther?
Well, I think we are getting a lot of attention as we are voicing our voices to the businesses, but there are some businesses who are opening their ideas to more sustainable practices and products. They are asking for our consultation, as we have a group of people, very environmentally active and conscious people, where they want to get ideas from us, what we want to see the change in. So maybe there can be a business opportunity where we can collaborate with the businesses, but I'm not sure if the community it would be the same character if we turn into some profitable agency.
All right, thank you for expanding on that. We have a very interesting question. I'll just read it. ID, it's quite interesting. True Love, or maybe it's the name of a town in Europe. Hi, I'm an engineer working in Germany. Although I know climate change is an issue, it is difficult to feel or measure, especially at home in Serbia. What is the role of youth in spreading this knowledge, and what can the youth do, especially when not all have full access to the aforementioned platforms, such as Bloomberg? So let me throw that question to Ajay. You're a lawyer? Microphone.
Sorry, thank you very much for the question. I think that currently the advent of the internet has bridged the gap in terms of connectivity between individuals and people and groups around the world. And there are various platforms, both on social media networks, Facebook, even professional networks like LinkedIn and whatnot. And so as a youth, I would advise that he looks out for some of these platforms and join, and as he voices frustrations and ideas out, definitely he'll get like-minded people to champion the cause. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ajay. So I noticed that everyone except Julia Lee got a question or had a chance to discuss. So any questions to Julia? Keep the questions coming on YouTube. Meanwhile, I ask a certain In-Young Kim's question to Jack. Jack, do you have a priority region or country, or priority regions/countries?
Yeah, thanks very much for that question. Very pertinent to what we're trying to do as well. We do have priority regions and priority countries. Mostly we're looking into Southeast Asia, Africa, and South America as our starting regions. At the moment, we're undecided exactly where we would start due to the different conditions in each area. I think it really depends on how much of a challenge we're willing to take on at the start. Zambia as a specified country would be interesting for us as a result of copper exports and refinement in that country. But the political conditions surrounding that are very tough to break. And as a result, that would be an extreme challenge for us. We've also looked at Chile, Peru, and the Philippines. And the Philippines, I think in particular, is a very interesting example as a result of their strong decline in the contribution of renewable sources to electricity overall. So I think those three regions in particular, very strong contenders for us, and we'll be investigating those more fully as our research progresses.
All right, thank you, Jack. This question is from the moderator to Julia Lee. So Julia, I've noticed that you've participated in a number of actual youth movements where you participate in strikes or other forms of movements. Do you have any coordination system with youth movements from abroad?
Yes, in fact, when I was working in Climate Scouts, we run an organization called Youth Environmental Scouts, and we received 10 messages from environmental organizations worldwide. And there was recently a message from Youth Environmental Organization Network that asked us to join the network, where the network has numerous environmental organizations from abroad. So although we did not initially accept that request, I was able to see that many environmental organizations were actively working. And because our environmental organization had an Instagram account that had up to 10 to 15 Instagram posts that were both in Korean and English. And because of that, we were able to connect with these environmental organizations. And although we could not actually visit them or meet them, I was able to see that those networks are clearly possible in an online platform.
Certainly, being able to use modern technology plays to our advantage, and I think we can use that to the fullest extent. Yeah, I think I just received a signal that I have to end the session, and unfortunately, right. Sir, any questions from the floor? Yeah. Oh, so I have a question. We just talked about Instagram. Do you have an Instagram account that where you post your activities regarding climate action? Jie, by the way.
Yeah, actually, I remember the question was on the YouTube comments, so I'd like to answer that question. Well, it's really hard to choose only one, but a few weeks ago, I found an article from BBC and The Guardian that describes the movement to killing nature behavior considered as a crime in the International Crime Court. In that article, I saw the new terminology, ecocide, which means that the climate change can make many people die, like genocide,
But sadly, we only have few members to write the article in a week, so we couldn't upload it in our neighbor post. So if you want to check it, then I highly encourage you to check the BBC Future or other foreign media.
Certainly, I'll do that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, 58 years ago, JFK said, "We have literally reached the stars," in reference to an American spacecraft reaching Venus. A century onward, wouldn't it be terribly ironic if the star that our future generation had to reach were the blue pale dot, sorry about that. So quoting him again, and one of my professor's favorite, we choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they're easy, but because they're difficult. Fellow panelists, distinguished members, we are a coalition from across continents. We're equipped with the capability and desire to solve problems, big problems. And for us, the bigger the problem, the bigger our effort, and hopefully, the bigger our reward. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for sharing your stories and thoughts. I was especially struck by the importance of community between the different presentations as a way of raising engagement with climate change and environmental issues, be that online or offline or through citizens, youth, or expert engagement. I'm always reminded of a phrase that Professor Kim Sang-hyuk often says, which is, if not now, then when, and if not me, then who? And I was really inspired by the young people who just presented for us. So thank you very much to our young panelists. We have now come to the end of Plenary 5, and we'll move on to the closing ceremony of the conference. Today, it was a very meaningful opportunity for us to reflect on the milestones until now, such as 2020 and the new developments that we've seen, as well as the milestones coming up, such as COP26. And I was also struck today by the need for the different ways we can adapt to climate change and how cooperation within uncertain times is more than ever mandatory. Now we will begin the closing ceremony for the 7th Annual Seoul Climate Energy Conference 2020. First, Yohung-gu, co-chair of the Seoul Climate Energy Conference, will provide us with some closing remarks for today's conference. He is currently chairperson of Coalition for Our Common Future, attorney at Kim & Chang, and was a presiding judge at the Seoul Central District Court.
안녕하세요.
Good afternoon.
사단법인 우리들의 미래
My
이사장
name is Hoong-gu Yoo, and I'm the chairperson of the Coalition for Our Common Future. I would like to first thank all of the participants of the 7th Seoul Climate Energy Conference 2020. We have many participants for both online and offline, and I truly appreciate your attendance. Today, we were graced with many venerable speakers, and the information and the discussions that were made today allowed us to exchange valuable information. We will be able to respond actively to climate crisis, and it will also contribute to the green transition of finance companies and also different industries. I believe many policy implications could be retrieved from today. Climate change will impact not just the current pandemic environment, but also for decades to come. Countries will have to decide whether they are going to rely on an economic system that continues to emit greenhouse gases, or whether to invest more heavily in eco-friendly economies. Korea has also announced that they would achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. By the end of this year, I believe there should be more detailed and concrete strategies laid out to this end. The COP26, which was postponed for the reason of the COVID-19, will be held next year. The COP26, which is held in the UK, will be a very important stage to discuss the climate change challenges faced by the global community. At next year's meeting, adaptation to climate change or climate finance will be discussed in order to strengthen climate resilience and to reduce greenhouse gases. And I hope that there will be significant progress made at this event. To overcome climate change and to promote sustainable society, we need to make more attempts to transition into a new paradigm where environment becomes the important value. In the UK, in the occupation pension regulation, in the fiduciary clauses, climate change aspects have been added. So up till now, there has not been explicit responsibility on climate change. However, by explicitly stating this in the regulations, now there is a duty to identify, analyze, and supervise the risks associated with climate change. Korea is also experimenting various attempts. In March this year, the youth of Korea, as a direct interest party of the climate change crisis, submitted a constitutional claim. It was titled Infringement of Basic Rights Due to Lack of Action Against Climate Change. They noted that the Green New Deal announced by the Korean government needs to be supported with more detailed and specific legislative procedures. And it urges the government to come up with more concrete policies and laws to ensure the development of the green economy. Given that law has tremendous influence in the consensus building of society, legal texts that can be enforced, such as international law, constitutional law, or various different legislations and regulations. If climate change is introduced in these legal texts, in the long term, I think it will be a more effective method on guaranteeing the coexistence of humans and the environment. While building social consensus, we need to focus on the voices of youth, the next generation. Youth are the direct interest party of climate governance. And to respond to climate change, they need to become the most valuable priority in global efforts to mitigate climate change. This is because the consensus of the future generation would be the biggest driver in shifting paradigms. Therefore, the older generation needs to lay the foundation for a legal paradigm shift. At the same time, we need to ensure that the youth can present their ideas freely and that it can be discussed actively. And we need to provide them with such a stage. Ultimately, their voices need to be actively reflected in the legal paradigm shift. To deliver this and to support this, the Coalition for Our Common Future will listen closely to the voices of the future generation. We will make efforts to listen to the society that they feel is ideal. Today, in the Voice from the Young session, many students make their presentations. They are graduates of Climate Scouts. They have been trained by expert lecturers and climate change education, and they are individually accumulating expertise in the climate change area. The efforts of this generation and the decisions made by this generation is at a critical juncture where it will have significant impact to the future generation. At the same time, we need to make those efforts and decisions right now. We need to ensure that we not just stop at listening to their voices, but that it leads to consensus building among youth so that it can be reflected in the legal system of the future. In conclusion, I would like to extend my gratitude to all of the presenters and also the active discussions. And I would like to wish all of you health and happiness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your message. I agree now is a better time than ever to seize the moment so that we can change climate risks into climate opportunities. Next, I would like to welcome Ji-young, co-chair of the Seoul Climate Energy Conference. He is currently head of KAIST Graduate School of Green Growth and director at KAIST GSI's Center for Sustainable Development.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I wish we had more time, but time is up. I do not have much to add to what has already been discussed and already been told by Chairperson Yeo in this insightful and transgenerational conference held in this critically important climate crisis era. It now remains for us to keep pressing forward and take concrete measures and actions to combat with climate change, re-establishing global climate leadership, collaborating in greening financial systems, creating innovative green businesses, and having young generations more engaged in climate discussions. Although this conference was held online due to COVID-19, all international and domestic speakers and participants stayed much closer, and they all participate much more actively than ever, expressing our determination to take concerted actions to address climate change without delay and without hesitation. As a co-chair of the conference, and also on behalf of the other conference co-chair, Professor Sang-hyuk Kim, and all faculty members at KAIST Graduate School of Green Growth, I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to all international and domestic speakers and participants, including our young generations, for sharing invaluable insights and expertise with us. I was very impressed by your great interests and engagement. Let's applaud with each other. And I'd like to thank you for all those who made this meaningful conference possible. In particular, special thanks goes to staff members from KAIST Graduate School of Green Growth and Coalition for Our Common Future. Please join me applauding them. And finally, I should not forget to appreciate financial and technical support from Korean Ministry of the Environment and KAIST Global Strategy Institute. This concludes this year's Seoul Climate Energy Conference. I will look forward to meeting you all next year with substantial progress in our pursuit of sustainable development and climate resilient world. Thank you very much, and I will see you all next year. Let's save the earth. Thank you.
Thank you for your message.
네,
It
회사
is time to wrap
감사드립니다.
up the
이제
7th Annual Seoul Climate Energy Conference 2020. Thank you to all participants for joining us today. We really appreciate your participation and hope to see you again at the conference next year too. Thank you.